A long time ago, there lived a king and a queen who said every day, "If only we had a child." But for a long time they had none. One day, as the queen was bathing, a frog crept out of the water onto the land and said to her, "Your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has passed, you shall bring a daughter into the world." The frog's words came true. The queen had a little girl who was so beautiful that the king could not contain himself for joy, and they prepared a great feast to celebrate. He invited not only his relations, friends, and acquaintances, but the fairies, in order that they might be good and kind to their little daughter. It happened that there were 13 fairies in the kingdom, but as the king had only 12 golden plates for them to eat from, and so one of the fairies had to stay home. The feast was held with all splendor, and when it came to an end, the fairies all presented the child with a magic gift. One gave her virtue, another beauty, a third riches, and so on, with everything in the world that she could wish for. When 11 of the fairies had their say, the 13th suddenly appeared. She wanted to revenge herself for not having been invited. Without greeting anyone or even glancing at the company, she called out in a loud voice, "The princess shall prick herself with a spindle in her 15th year and shall fall down dead." And without another word, she turned and left the hall. Everyone was terror-struck, but the 12th fairy, whose wish was still unspoken, stepped forward. She could not cancel the curse, but could only soften it, so she said, "It shall not be death, but a deep sleep lasting 100 years, into which your daughter shall fall." The king was so anxious to guard his dear child from this misfortune that he set out a command that all the spindles in the whole kingdom should be bought up and burned. As time went on, all the promises of the fairies came true. The princess grew up so beautiful, modest, kind, and clever that everyone who saw her could not but love her. Now it happened that on the very day when she was 15 years old, the king and queen were away from home, and the princess was left quite alone in the castle. She wandered about over the whole place, looking at rooms and halls as she pleased, and at last she came to an old tower. She ascended a narrow, winding staircase and reached a little door. A rusty key was sticking in the lock, and when she turned it, the door flew open. In a little room sat an old woman with a spindle, spinning her flax busily. "Good day, Granny," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I am spinning," said the old woman, and nodded her head. "What is the thing that whirls round so merrily?" asked the princess, and she took the spindle and tried to spin too. But she had scarcely touched it before the curse was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger with the spindle. The instant she felt the prick, she fell upon the bed which was standing near and lay still in a deep sleep which spread over the whole castle. The king and queen, who had just come home and had stepped into the hall, went to sleep, and all their courtiers with them. The horses went to sleep in the stable, the dogs in the yard, the doves on the roof, the flies on the wall, yes, even the fire flickering on the hearth grew still and went to sleep, and the roast meat stopped crackling. The cook, who was pulling the scullion's hair because he had made some mistake, let him go and went to sleep. The wind dropped, and on the trees in front of the castle not a leaf stirred. Around the castle, a hedge of briar roses began to grow up. Every year it grew higher, till at last it surrounded the whole castle so that nothing could be seen of it, not even the flags on the roof. But there was a legend in the land about the lovely sleeping Briar Rose, as the king's daughter was called, and from time to time princes came and tried to force a way through the hedge into the castle. They found it impossible, for the thorns, as though they had hands, held them fast, and the princes remained caught in them without being able to free themselves, and so died a miserable death. After many, many years, a prince came again to the country and heard an old man tell of the castle which stood behind the briar hedge, in which a most beautiful maiden called Briar Rose had been asleep for the last 100 years. And with her slept the king, queen, and all her courtiers. He knew also from his grandfather that many princes had already come and sought to pierce through the briar hedge, and had remained caught in it and died a sad death. Then the young prince said, "I am not afraid. I am determined to go and look upon the lovely Briar Rose." The good old man did all in his power to dissuade him, but the prince would not listen to his words. Now, however, the 100 years were just ended, and the day had come when Briar Rose was to wake up again. When the prince approached the briar hedge, it was in blossom and was covered with beautiful large flowers, which made way for him of their own accord and let him pass unharmed, and then closed up again into a hedge behind him. In the courtyard, he saw the horses and hounds lying asleep. On the roof sat the doves with their heads under their wings, and when he went into the house, the flies were asleep on the walls, and near the throne lay the king and the queen. In the kitchen was the cook, with his hand raised as though about to strike the scullion, and the maid sat with the black fowl in her lap, which she was about to pluck. He went on further, and all was so still that he could hear his own breathing. At last he reached the tower and opened the door into the little room where Briar Rose was asleep. There she lay, looking so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. He bent down and gave her a kiss. As he touched her, Briar Rose opened her eyes and looked lovingly at him. Then they went down together, and the king woke up, and the queen, and all the courtiers, and looked at each other with astonished eyes. The horses in the stable stood up and shook themselves. The hounds leaped about and wagged their tails. The doves on the roof lifted their heads from under their wings, looked round, and flew into the fields. The flies on the walls began to crawl again. The fire in the kitchen roused itself and blazed up and cooked the food. The meat began to crackle, and the cook boxed the scullion's ears so soundly that he screamed aloud, while the maid finished plucking the fowl. Then the wedding of the prince and Briar Rose was celebrated with all splendor, and they lived happily together for many, many years. A long time ago, there lived a king and a queen who said every day, "If only we had a child." But for a long time they had none. One day, as the queen was bathing, a frog crept out of the water onto the land and said to her, "Your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has passed, you shall bring a daughter into the world." The frog's words came true. The queen had a little girl who was so beautiful that the king could not contain himself for joy, and they prepared a great feast to celebrate. He invited not only his relations, friends, and acquaintances, but the fairies, in order that they might be good and kind to their little daughter. It happened that there were 13 fairies in the kingdom, but as the king had only 12 golden plates for them to eat from, and so one of the fairies had to stay home. The feast was held with all splendor, and when it came to an end, the fairies all presented the child with a magic gift. One gave her virtue, another beauty, a third riches, and so on, with everything in the world that she could wish for. When 11 of the fairies had their say, the 13th suddenly appeared. She wanted to revenge herself for not having been invited. Without greeting anyone or even glancing at the company, she called out in a loud voice, "The princess shall prick herself with a spindle in her 15th year and shall fall down dead." And without another word, she turned and left the hall. Everyone was terror-struck, but the 12th fairy, whose wish was still unspoken, stepped forward. She could not cancel the curse, but could only soften it, so she said, "It shall not be death, but a deep sleep lasting 100 years, into which your daughter shall fall." The king was so anxious to guard his dear child from this misfortune that he set out a command that all the spindles in the whole kingdom should be bought up and burned. As time went on, all the promises of the fairies came true. The princess grew up so beautiful, modest, kind, and clever that everyone who saw her could not but love her. Now it happened that on the very day when she was 15 years old, the king and queen were away from home, and the princess was left quite alone in the castle. She wandered about over the whole place, looking at rooms and halls as she pleased, and at last she came to an old tower. She ascended a narrow, winding staircase and reached a little door. A rusty key was sticking in the lock, and when she turned it, the door flew open. In a little room sat an old woman with a spindle, spinning her flax busily. "Good day, Granny," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I am spinning," said the old woman, and nodded her head. "What is the thing that whirls round so merrily?" asked the princess, and she took the spindle and tried to spin too. But she had scarcely touched it before the curse was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger with the spindle. The instant she felt the prick, she fell upon the bed which was standing near and lay still in a deep sleep which spread over the whole castle. The king and queen, who had just come home and had stepped into the hall, went to sleep, and all their courtiers with them. The horses went to sleep in the stable, the dogs in the yard, the doves on the roof, the flies on the wall, yes, even the fire flickering on the hearth grew still and went to sleep, and the roast meat stopped crackling. The cook, who was pulling the scullion's hair because he had made some mistake, let him go and went to sleep. The wind dropped, and on the trees in front of the castle not a leaf stirred. Around the castle, a hedge of briar roses began to grow up. Every year it grew higher, till at last it surrounded the whole castle so that nothing could be seen of it, not even the flags on the roof. But there was a legend in the land about the lovely sleeping Briar Rose, as the king's daughter was called, and from time to time princes came and tried to force a way through the hedge into the castle. They found it impossible, for the thorns, as though they had hands, held them fast, and the princes remained caught in them without being able to free themselves, and so died a miserable death. After many, many years, a prince came again to the country and heard an old man tell of the castle which stood behind the briar hedge, in which a most beautiful maiden called Briar Rose had been asleep for the last 100 years. And with her slept the king, queen, and all her courtiers. He knew also from his grandfather that many princes had already come and sought to pierce through the briar hedge, and had remained caught in it and died a sad death. Then the young prince said, "I am not afraid. I am determined to go and look upon the lovely Briar Rose." The good old man did all in his power to dissuade him, but the prince would not listen to his words. Now, however, the 100 years were just ended, and the day had come when Briar Rose was to wake up again. When the prince approached the briar hedge, it was in blossom and was covered with beautiful large flowers, which made way for him of their own accord and let him pass unharmed, and then closed up again into a hedge behind him. In the courtyard, he saw the horses and hounds lying asleep. On the roof sat the doves with their heads under their wings, and when he went into the house, the flies were asleep on the walls, and near the throne lay the king and the queen. In the kitchen was the cook, with his hand raised as though about to strike the scullion, and the maid sat with the black fowl in her lap, which she was about to pluck. He went on further, and all was so still that he could hear his own breathing. At last he reached the tower and opened the door into the little room where Briar Rose was asleep. There she lay, looking so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. He bent down and gave her a kiss. As he touched her, Briar Rose opened her eyes and looked lovingly at him. Then they went down together, and the king woke up, and the queen, and all the courtiers, and looked at each other with astonished eyes. The horses in the stable stood up and shook themselves. The hounds leaped about and wagged their tails. The doves on the roof lifted their heads from under their wings, looked round, and flew into the fields. The flies on the walls began to crawl again. The fire in the kitchen roused itself and blazed up and cooked the food. The meat began to crackle, and the cook boxed the scullion's ears so soundly that he screamed aloud, while the maid finished plucking the fowl. Then the wedding of the prince and Briar Rose was celebrated with all splendor, and they lived happily together for many, many years. Once upon a time, there lived a king and queen who had one charming daughter. She was so graceful and pretty and clever that she was called Graciosa, and the queen was so fond of her that she could think of nothing else. Every day she gave the princess a lovely new frock of gold brocade or satin or velvet, and when she was hungry, she had bowls full of sugar plums and at least 20 pots of jam. Everybody said she was the happiest princess in the world. Now there lived at the same court a very rich old duchess whose name was Grumbly. She was more frightful than tongue can tell. Her hair was red as fire, and she had but one eye, and that not a pretty one. Her face was as broad as a full moon, and her mouth was so large that everybody who met her would have been afraid they were going to be eaten up, only she had no teeth. And she was so unpleasant. She could not bear to hear everyone saying how pretty and how charming Graciosa was. So she presently went away from the court to her own castle, which was not far off. But if anybody who went to see her happened to mention the charming princess, she would cry angrily, "It's not true that she is lovely. I have more beauty in my little finger than she has in her whole body." Soon after this, to the great grief of the princess, the queen was taken ill and died, and the king became so melancholy that for a whole year he shut himself up in his palace. At last his physicians, fearing that he would fall ill, ordered that he should go out and amuse himself. So a hunting party was arranged. But as it was very hot weather, the king soon got tired and said he would dismount and rest at a castle which they were passing. This happened to be the Duchess Grumbly's castle, and when she heard that the king was coming, she went out to meet him and said that the cellar was the coolest place in the whole castle if he would condescend to come down into it. So down they went together, and the king, seeing about 200 great casks ranged side by side, asked if it was only for herself that she had this immense store of wine. "Yes, sire," answered she, "it is for myself alone, but I shall be most happy to let you take some of it. Which do you like?" "Well," said the king, "since you are so kind as to ask me, I prefer champagne to anything else." Then Duchess Grumbly took up a little hammer and tapped upon the cask twice, and out came at least 1,000 crowns. "What's the meaning of this?" said she, smiling. Then she tapped the next cask, and out came a bushel of gold pieces. "I don't understand this at all," said the Duchess, smiling more than before. Then she went on to the third cask, tap, tap, and out came such a stream of diamonds and pearls that the ground was covered with them. "Ah," she cried, "this is altogether beyond my comprehension, sire. Someone must have stolen my good wine and put all this rubbish in its place." "Rubbish, do you call it, Madame Grumbly?" cried the king. "Rubbish? Why, there's enough there to buy 10 kingdoms. "Well," said she, "you must know that all those casks are full of gold and jewels, and if you like to marry me, it shall be all yours." Now the king loved money more than anything else in the world, so he cried joyfully, "Marry you? Why, with all my heart, tomorrow if you like." "But I make one condition," said the Duchess. "I must have entire control of your daughter to do as I please with her." "Oh, certainly, you shall have your own way. Let us shake hands upon the bargain," said the king. So they shook hands and went up out of the cellar of treasure together, and the Duchess locked the door and gave the key to the king. When he got back to his own palace, Graciosa ran out to meet him and asked if he had had good sport. "I have caught a dove," answered he. "Oh, do give it to me," said the princess, "and I will keep it and take care of it." "I can hardly do that," said he, "for, to speak more plainly, I mean that I met the Duchess Grumbly and have promised to marry her." "And you call her a dove?" cried the princess. "I should have called her a screech owl." "Hold your tongue," said the king very crossly. "I intend you to behave prettily to her. So now go and make yourself fit to be seen, as I'm going to take you to visit her." So the princess went very sorrowfully to her own room, and her nurse, seeing her tears, asked what was vexing her. "Alas, who would not be vexed?" answered she, "for the king intends to marry again, and has chosen for his new bride my enemy, the hideous Duchess Grumbly." "Oh, well," answered the nurse, "you must remember that you are a princess and are expected to set a good example in making the best of whatever happens. You must promise me not to let the Duchess see how much you dislike her." At first, the princess would not promise, but the nurse showed her so many good reasons for it that in the end she agreed to be amiable to her stepmother. Then the nurse dressed her in a robe of pale green and gold brocade, and combed out her long, fair hair till it floated round her like a golden mantle, and put on her head a crown of roses and jasmine with emerald leaves. When she was ready, nobody could have been prettier, but she still could not help looking sad. Meanwhile, the Duchess Grumbly was also occupied in attiring herself. She had one of her shoe heels made an inch or so higher than the other, that she might not limp so much, and put in a cunningly made glass eye in the place of the one she had lost. She dyed her red hair black and painted her face. Then she put on a gorgeous robe of lilac satin lined with blue and a yellow petticoat trimmed with violet ribbons. And because she had heard that queens always rode into their new dominions, she ordered a horse to be made ready for her to ride. While Graciosa was waiting until the king should be ready to set out, she went down all alone through the garden into a little wood, where she sat down upon a mossy bank and began to think. And her thoughts were so doleful that very soon she began to cry, and she cried and forgot all about going back to the palace, until she suddenly saw a handsome page standing before her. He was dressed in green, and the cap which he held in his hand was adorned with white plumes. When Graciosa looked at him, he went down on one knee and said to her, "Princess, the king awaits you." The princess was surprised, and, if the truth must be told, very much delighted at the appearance of this charming page, whom she could not remember to have seen before. Thinking he might belong to the household of the Duchess, she said, "How long have you been one of the king's pages?" "I'm not in the service of the king, madame," answered he, "but in yours." "In mine?" said the princess with great surprise. "Then how is it that I've never seen you before?" "Ah, princess," said he, "I've never before dared to present myself to you, but now the king's marriage threatens you with so many dangers that I have resolved to tell you at once how much I love you already, and I trust that in time I may win your regard. I am Prince Percinet, of whose riches you may have heard, and whose fairy gift will, I hope, be of use to you in all your difficulties, if you will permit me to accompany you under this disguise." "Ah, Percinet," cried the princess, "is it really you? I have so often heard of you and wished to see you. If you will indeed be my friend, I shall not be afraid of that wicked old Duchess any more." So they went back to the palace together, and there Graciosa found a beautiful horse which Percinet had brought for her to ride. As it was very spirited, he led it by the bridle, and this arrangement enabled him to turn and look at the princess often, which he did not fail to do. Indeed, she was so pretty that it was a pleasure to look at her. When the horse which the Duchess was to ride appeared beside Graciosa's, it looked no better than an old cart horse, and as to their trappings, there was simply no comparison between them, as the princess's saddle and bridle were one glittering mass of diamonds. The king had so many other things to think of that he did not notice this, but all his courtiers were entirely taken up with admiring the princess and her charming page in green, who was more handsome and distinguished looking than all the rest of the court put together. When they met the Duchess Grumbly, she was seated in an open carriage, trying in vain to look dignified. The king and the princess saluted her, and her horse was brought forward for her to mount. But when she saw Graciosa's, she cried angrily, "If that child is to have a better horse than mine, I will go back to my own castle this very minute. What is the good of being a queen if one is to be slighted like this?" Upon this, the king commanded Graciosa to dismount and to beg the Duchess to honor her by mounting her horse. The princess obeyed in silence, and the Duchess, without looking at her or thanking her, scrambled up upon the beautiful horse, where she sat looking like a bundle of clothes, and 8 officers had to hold her up for fear she should fall off. Even then she was not satisfied, and was still grumbling and muttering, so they asked her what was the matter. "I wish that page in green to come and lead the horse, as he did when Graciosa rode it," said she very sharply. And the king ordered the page to come and lead the queen's horse. Percinet and the princess looked at one another, but said never a word, and then he did as the king commanded, and the procession started in great pomp. The Duchess was greatly elated, and as she sat there in state, would not have wished to change places even with Graciosa. But at the moment when it was least expected, the beautiful horse began to plunge and rear and kick, and finally to run away at such a pace that it was impossible to stop him. At first, the Duchess clung to the saddle, but she was very soon thrown off and fell in a heap among the stones and thorns, and there they found her, shaken to a jelly, and collected what was left of her as if she had been broken glass. Her bonnet was here and her shoes there, her face was scratched, and her fine clothes were covered with mud. Never was a bride seen in such dismal plight. They carried her back to the palace and put her to bed. But as soon as she recovered enough to be able to speak, she began to scold and rage, and declared that the whole affair was Graciosa's fault, that she had contrived it on purpose to try and get rid of her, and that if the king would not have her punished, she would go back to her castle and enjoy her riches by herself. At this, the king was terribly frightened, for he did not at all want to lose all those barrels of gold and jewels. So he hastened to appease the Duchess and told her she might punish Graciosa in any way she pleased. Thereupon she sent for Graciosa, who turned pale and trembled at the summons, for she guessed that it promised nothing agreeable for her. She looked all about for Percinet, but he was nowhere to be seen, so she had no choice but to go to the Duchess Grumbly's room. She had hardly got inside the door when she was seized by 4 waiting women who looked so tall and strong and cruel that the princess shuddered at the sight of them, and still more when she saw them arming themselves with great bundles of rods, and heard the Duchess call out to them from her bed to beat the princess without mercy. Poor Graciosa wished miserably that Percinet could only know what was happening and come to her rescue. But no sooner did they begin to beat her than she found, to her great relief, that the rods had changed to bundles of peacock feathers. And though the Duchess's women went on till they were so tired that they could no longer raise their arms from their sides, yet she was not hurt in the least. However, the Duchess thought she must be black and blue after such a beating, so Graciosa, when she was released, pretended to feel very bad and went away into her own room, where she told her nurse all that had happened, and then the nurse left her, and when the princess turned round, there stood Percinet beside her. She thanked him gratefully for helping her so cleverly, and they laughed and were very merry over the way they had taken in the Duchess and her waiting maids. But Percinet advised her still to be prepared to be ill for a few days, and after promising to come to her aid whenever she needed him, he disappeared as suddenly as he had come. The Duchess was so delighted at the idea that Graciosa was really ill that she herself recovered twice as fast as she would have done otherwise, and the wedding was held with great magnificence. Now, as the king knew that, above all other things, the queen loved to be told that she was beautiful, he ordered that her portrait should be painted, and that a tournament should be held, at which all the bravest knights of his court should maintain against all comers that Grumbly was the most beautiful princess in the world. Numbers of knights came from far and wide to accept the challenge, and the hideous queen sat in great state in a balcony hung with cloth of gold to watch the contests, and Graciosa had to stand up behind her, where her loveliness was so conspicuous that the combatants could not keep their eyes off her. But the queen was so vain that she thought all the admiring glances were for herself, especially as, in spite of the badness of their cause, the king's knights were so brave that they were the victors in every combat. However, when nearly all the strangers had been defeated, a young unknown knight presented himself. He carried a portrait, enclosed in a bow encrusted with diamonds, and he declared himself willing to maintain against them all that the queen was the ugliest creature in the world, and that the princess whose portrait he carried was the most beautiful. So one by one the knights came out against him, and one by one he vanquished them all, and then he opened the box and said that, to console them, he would show them the portrait of his Queen of Beauty, and when he did so, everyone recognized the Princess Graciosa. The unknown knight then saluted her gracefully and retired, without telling his name to anybody. But Graciosa had no difficulty in guessing that it was Percinet. As to the queen, She was so furiously angry that she could hardly speak, but she soon recovered her voice and overwhelmed Graciosa with a torrent of reproaches. "What?" she said. "Do you dare to dispute with me for the prize of beauty and expect me to endure this insult to my knights? But I will not bear it, proud princess. I will have my revenge." "I assure you, madame," said the princess, "that I had nothing to do with it, and am quite willing that you shall be declared Queen of Beauty." "Ah, you are pleased to jest," said the queen, "but it will be my turn soon." The king was speedily told what had happened, and how the princess was in terror of the angry queen, but he only said, "The queen must do as she pleases. Graciosa belongs to her." The wicked queen waited impatiently until night fell, and then she ordered her carriage to be brought. Graciosa, much against her will, was forced into it, and away they drove, and never stopped until they reached a great forest, 100 leagues from the palace. The forest was so gloomy and so full of lions, tigers, bears, and wolves that nobody dared pass through it even by daylight, and here they set down the unhappy princess in the middle of the black night and left her in spite of all her tears and entreaties. The princess stood quite still at first from sheer bewilderment, but when the last sound of the retreating carriages died away in the distance, she began to run aimlessly hither and thither, sometimes knocking herself against a tree, sometimes tripping over a stone, fearing every minute that she would be eaten up by the lions. Presently, she was too tired to advance another step, so she threw herself down upon the ground and cried miserably. "Oh, Percinet, where are you? Have you forgotten me altogether?" She had hardly spoken when all the forest was lighted up with a sudden glow. Every tree seemed to be sending out a soft radiance, which was clearer than moonlight and softer than daylight, and at the end of a long avenue of trees, opposite to her, the princess saw a palace of clear crystal, which blazed like the sun. At that moment, a slight sound behind her made her start round, and there stood Percinet himself. "Did I frighten you, my princess?" said he. "I come to bid you welcome to our fairy palace, in the name of the queen, my mother, who is prepared to love you as much as I do." The princess joyfully mounted with him into a little sledge, drawn by 2 stags which bounded off and drew them swiftly to the wonderful palace, where the queen received her with the greatest kindness, and a splendid banquet was served at once. Graciosa was so happy to have found Percinet, and to have escaped from the gloomy forest and all its terrors, that she was very hungry and very merry. After supper, they went into another lovely room, where the crystal walls were covered with pictures, and the princess saw with great surprise that her own history was represented, even down to the moment when Percinet found her in the forest. "Your painters must indeed be diligent," she said, pointing out the last picture to the prince. "They are obliged to be, for I will not have anything forgotten that happens to you," he answered. When the princess grew sleepy, 24 charming maidens put her to bed in the prettiest room she had ever seen, and then sang to her so sweetly that Graciosa's dreams were all of mermaids and cool sea waves and caverns in which she wandered with Percinet. But when she woke up again, her first thought was that, delightful as this fairy place seemed to her, she could not stay in it, but must go back to her father. When she had been dressed by the 24 maidens in a charming robe which the queen had sent for her, and in which she looked prettier than ever, Prince Percinet came to see her, and was bitterly disappointed when she told him what she had been thinking. He begged her to consider again how unhappy the wicked queen would make her, and how if she would but marry him, all the fairy palace would be hers, and his one thought would be to please her. But, in spite of everything he could say, the princess was quite determined to go back, though he at last persuaded her to stay 8 days, which were so full of pleasure and amusement that they passed like a few hours. On the last day, Graciosa, who had often felt anxious to know what was going on in her father's palace, said to Percinet that she was sure that he could find out for her, if he would, what reason the queen had given her father for her sudden disappearance. Percinet at first offered to send his courier to find out, but the princess said, "Oh, isn't there a quicker way of knowing than that?" "Very well," said Percinet, "you shall see for yourself." So up they went together to the top of a very high tower, which, like the rest of the castle, was built entirely of rock crystal. There the prince held Graciosa's hand in his, and made her put the tip of her little finger into her mouth and look towards the town, and immediately she saw the wicked queen go to the king, and heard her say to him, "The miserable princess is dead, and no great loss either. I have ordered that she shall be buried at once." And then the princess saw how she dressed up a log of wood and had it buried, and how the old king cried, and all the people murmured that the queen had killed Graciosa with her cruelties, and that she ought to have had her head cut off. When the princess saw that the king was so sorry for her pretended death that he could neither eat nor drink, she cried, "Percinet, take me back quickly if you love me." And so, though he did not want to at all, he was obliged to promise that he would let her go. "You may not regret me, princess," he said sadly, "for I fear that you do not love me well enough, but I foresee that you will more than once regret that you left this fairy palace where we have been so happy." But, in spite of all he could say, she bade farewell to the queen, his mother, and prepared to set out, so Percinet, very unwillingly, brought the little sledge with the stags, and she mounted beside him. But they had hardly gone 20 yards when a tremendous noise behind her made Graciosa look back, and she saw the place of crystal fly into a million splinters like the spray of a fountain and vanish. "Oh, Percinet," she cried, "what has happened? The palace is gone." "Yes," he answered, "my palace is a thing of the past. You will see it again, but not until you have been buried." "Now you're angry with me," said Graciosa in her most coaxing voice, "though after all, I am more to be pitied than you are." When they got near the palace, the prince made themselves invisible, so the princess got in unobserved and ran up to the great hall where the king was sitting all by himself. At first he was very much startled by Graciosa's sudden appearance, but she told him how the queen had left her out in the forest, and how she had caused a log of wood to be buried. The king, who did not know what to think, sent quickly and had it dug up, and sure enough it was as the princess had said. Then he caressed Graciosa and made her sit down to supper with him, and they were as happy as possible. But someone had by this time told the wicked queen that Graciosa had come back, and was at supper with the king, and in she flew in a terrible fury. The poor old king quite trembled before her, and when she declared that Graciosa was not the princess at all, but a wicked impostor, and that if the king did not give her up at once, she would go back to her own castle and never see him again. He had not a word to say, and really seemed to believe that it was not Graciosa after all. So the queen, in great triumph, sent for her waiting women, who dragged the unhappy princess away and shut her up in a garret. They took away all her jewels and her pretty dress, and gave her a rough cotton frock, wooden shoes, and a little cloth cap. There was some straw in the corner, which was all she had for a bed, and they gave her a very little bit of black bread to eat. In this miserable plight, Graciosa did indeed regret the fairy palace, and she would have called Percinet to her aid, only she felt sure he was still vexed with her for leaving him, and thought that she could not expect him to come. Meanwhile, the queen had sent for an old fairy as malicious as herself, and said to her, "You must find me some task for this fine princess, which she cannot possibly do, for I mean to punish her, and if she does not do what I order, she will not be able to say that I am unjust." So the old fairy said she would think it over and come again the next day. When she returned, she brought with her a skein of thread, 3 times as big as herself. It was so fine that a breath of air would break it, and so tangled that it was impossible to see the beginning or the end of it. The queen sent for Graciosa and said to her, "Do you see this skein? Set your clumsy fingers to work upon it, for I must have it disentangled by sunset, and if you break a single thread, it will be the worse for you." So saying, she left her, locking the door behind her with 3 keys. The princess stood dismayed at the sight of the terrible skein. If she but turned it over to see where to begin, she broke 1,000 threads, and not one could she disentangle. At last, she threw it into the middle of the floor, crying, "Oh, Percinet, this fatal skein will be the death of me if you will not forgive me and help me once more." And immediately in came Percinet, as easily as if he had all the keys in his own possession. "Here I am, princess, as much as ever at your service," said he, "though really you are not very kind to me." So the next day, the fairy appeared with a huge barrel full of the feathers of all sorts of birds. There were nightingales, canaries, parrots, goldfinches, owls, sparrows, doves, ostriches, peacocks, larks, partridges, and everything else that you can think of. These feathers were all mixed up in such confusion that the birds themselves could not have chosen out their own. "Here," said the fairy, "is a little task which it will take all your prisoner's skill and patience to accomplish. Tell her to pick out and lay in a separate heap the feathers of each bird. She would need to be a fairy to do it." The queen was more than delighted at the thought of the despair this task would cause the princess. She sent for her, and with the same threats as before, locked her up with the 3 keys, ordering that all the feathers should be sorted by sunset. Graciosa set to work at once, but before she had taken out a dozen feathers, she found that it was perfectly impossible to know one from another. "Ah, well," she sighed, "the queen wishes to kill me, and if I must die, I must. I cannot ask Percinet to help me again, for if he really loved me, he would not wait till I called him. He would come without that." "I am here, my Graciosa," cried Percinet, springing out of the barrel where he had been hiding. "How can you still doubt that I love you with all my heart?" Then he gave 3 strokes of his wand upon the barrel, and all the feathers flew out in a cloud and settled down in neat little separate heaps all round the room. "What should I do without you, Percinet?" said Graciosa gratefully. But still, she could not quite make up her mind to go with him and leave her father's kingdom forever, so she begged him to give her more time to think of it, and he had to go away disappointed once more. When the wicked queen came at sunset, she was amazed and infuriated to find the task done. However, she complained that the heaps of feathers were badly arranged and for that the princess was beaten and sent back to her garret. Then the queen sent for the fairy once more and scolded her until she was fairly terrified and promised to go home and think of another task for Graciosa, worse than either of the others. At the end of 3 days she came again, bringing with her a box. "Tell your slave to carry this wherever you please, but on no account to open it. She will not be able to help doing so, and then you will be quite satisfied with the result." So the queen came to Graciosa and said, "Carry this box to my castle and place it upon the table in my own room, but I forbid you, on pain of death, to look at what it contains." Graciosa set out, wearing her little cap and wooden shoes and the old cotton frock, but even in this disguise she was so beautiful that all the passers-by wondered who she could be. She had not gone far before the heat of the sun and the weight of the box tired her so much that she sat down to rest in the shade of a little wood which lay on one side of a green meadow. She was carefully holding the box upon her lap when she suddenly felt the greatest desire to open it. "What could possibly happen if I did?" she said to herself. "I should not take anything out. I should only just see what was there." And without further hesitation, she lifted the cover. Instantly, out came swarms of little men and women, no taller than her finger, and scattered themselves all over the meadow, singing and dancing and playing the merriest games, so that at first Graciosa was delighted and watched them with much amusement. But presently, when she was rested and wished to go on her way, she found that, do what she would, she could not get them back into their box. If she chased them in the meadow, they fled into the wood, and if she pursued them in the wood, they dodged round trees and behind sprigs of moss, and with peals of elfin laughter scampered back again into the meadow. At last, weary and terrified, she sat down and cried. "It is my own fault," she said sadly. "Percinet, if you can still care for such an imprudent princess, do come and help me once more." Immediately, Percinet stood before her. "Ah, princess," he said, "but for the wicked queen, I fear you would never think of me at all." "Indeed I should," said Graciosa. "I am not so ungrateful as you think. Only wait a little, and I believe I shall love you quite dearly." Percinet was pleased at this, and with one stroke of his wand compelled all the willful little people to come back to their places in the box, and then rendering the princess invisible, he took her with him in his chariot to the castle. When the princess presented herself at the door and said that the queen had ordered her to place the box in her own room, the governor laughed heartily at the idea. "No, no, my little shepherdess," said he. "That is not the place for you. No wooden shoes have ever been over that floor yet." Then Graciosa begged him to give her a written message telling the queen that he had refused to admit her. This he did, and she went back to Percinet, who was waiting for her, and they set out together for the palace. You may imagine that they did not go the shortest way, but the princess did not find it too long, and before they parted she had promised that if the queen was still cruel to her and tried again to play her any spiteful trick, she would leave her and come to Percinet forever. When the queen saw her returning, she fell upon the fairy whom she had kept with her and pulled her hair and scratched her face. And when the princess presented the letter and the box, she threw them both upon the fire without opening them, and looked very much as if she would like to throw the princess after them. However, what she really did do was to have a great hole as deep as a well dug in her garden, and the top of it covered with a flat stone. Then she went and walked near it, and said to Graciosa and all her ladies who were with her, "I am told that a great treasure lies under that stone. Let us see if we can lift it." So they all began to push and pull at it, and Graciosa among the others, which was just what the queen wanted. For as soon as the stone was lifted high enough, she gave the princess a push, which sent her down to the bottom of the well, and then the stone was let fall again, and there she was a prisoner. Graciosa felt that now indeed she was hopelessly lost. Surely not even Percinet could find her in the heart of the earth. "This is like being buried alive," she said with a shudder. "Oh, Percinet, if you only knew how I am suffering from my want of trust in you. But how could I be sure that you would not be like other men and tire of me from the moment you were sure I loved you?" As she spoke, she suddenly saw a little door open, and the sunshine blazed into the dismal well. Graciosa did not hesitate an instant, but passed through into a charming garden. Flowers and fruit grew on every side. Fountains splashed, and birds sang in the branches overhead. And when she reached a great avenue of trees and looked up to see where it would lead her, she found herself close to the palace of crystal. Yes, there was no mistaking it, and the queen and Percinet were coming to meet her. "Ah, princess," said the queen, "don't keep this poor Percinet in suspense any longer. You little guess the anxiety he has suffered while you were in the power of that miserable queen." The princess kissed her gratefully and promised to do as she wished in everything, and holding out her hand to Percinet with a smile, she said, "Do you remember telling me that I should not see your palace again until I had been buried? I wonder if you guessed then that I should tell you that I love you with all my heart and will marry you whenever you like?" Prince Percinet joyfully took the hand that was given him, and, for the fear the princess should change her mind, the wedding was held at once with the greatest splendor, and Graciosa and Percinet lived happily ever after. Once upon a time, there lived two peasants who had 3 daughters, and as generally happens, the youngest was the most beautiful and the best tempered, and when her sisters wanted to go out, she was always ready to stay at home and do their work. Years passed quickly with the whole family, and one day the parents suddenly perceived that all 3 girls were all grown up, and that very soon they would be thinking of marriage. "Have you decided what your husband's name is to be?" said the father, smiling to his eldest daughter one evening when they were all sitting at the door of their cottage. "You know that is a very important point." "Yes, I will never wed any man who is not called Sigmund," answered she. Well, it is lucky for you that there are a great many Sigmunds in this part of the world, replied her father, so that you can take your choice. And what do you say? He added, turning to the second. Oh, I think there is no name so beautiful as Sigurd, cried she. Then you won't be an old maid either, answered he. There are 7 Sigurds in the next village alone. And you, Helga? Helga, who was still the prettiest of the 3, looked up. She also had her favorite name, but just as she was going to say it, she seemed to hear a voice whisper, "Marry no one who is not called Habogi." The girl had never heard of such a name and did not like it, so she determined to pay no attention. But as she opened her mouth to tell her father that her husband must be called Niels, she found herself answering instead, "If I do marry, it will be to no one except Habogi." "Who is Habogi?" asked her father and sisters. "We've never heard of such a person." "All I can tell you is that he will be my husband if I ever have one," returned Helga, and that was all she would say. Before very long, the young men who lived in the neighboring villages or on the sides of the mountains had heard of this talk of the 3 girls, and Sigmunds and Sigurds in scores came to visit the little cottage. There were other young men too, who bore different names, though none of them was called Habogi, and these thought that they might perhaps gain the heart of the youngest. But though there was more than one Yell amongst them, Helga's eyes seemed always turned another way. At length, the 2 elder sisters made their choice from out of the Sigurds and Sigmunds, and it was decided that both weddings should take place at the same time. Invitations were sent out to the friends and relations, and when on the morning of the great day they were all assembled, a rough, coarse old peasant left the crowd and came up to the bride's father. "My name is Habogi, and Helga must be my wife," was all he said. And though Helga stood pale and trembling with surprise, she did not try to run away. "I cannot talk of such things just now," answered the father, who could not bear the thought of giving his favorite daughter to this horrible man, and hoped, by putting it off, that something might happen. But the sisters, who had always been rather jealous of Helga, were secretly pleased that their bridegrooms should outshine hers. When the feast was over, Habogi led up a beautiful horse from a field where he had left it to graze, and bade Helga to jump up on its splendid saddle, all embroidered in scarlet and gold. "You shall come back again," said he, "but now you must see the house that you are to live in." And though Helga was very unwilling to go, something inside of her forced her to obey. The old man settled her comfortably, then sprang up in front of her as easily as if he had been a boy, and, shaking the reins, they were soon out of sight. After some miles, they rode through a meadow with grass so green that Helga's eyes felt quite dazzled, and feeding on the grass were a quantity of large fat sheep with the curliest and whitest wool in the world. "What lovely sheep! Whose are they?" cried Helga. "Your Habogi's," answered he. "All that you see belongs to him, but the finest sheep in the whole herd, which has little golden bells hanging between its horns, you shall have for yourself." This pleased Helga very much, for she had never had anything of her own, and she smiled quite happily as she thanked Habogi for his present. They soon left the sheep behind them and entered a large field with a river running through it, where a number of beautiful gray cows were standing by a gate waiting for a milkmaid to come and milk them. "Oh, what lovely cows!" cried Helga again. "I'm sure their milk must be sweeter than any other cow's. How I should like to have some. I wonder to whom they belong." "To your Habogi," replied he, "and some day you shall have as much milk as you like, but we cannot stop now. Do you see that big gray one with the silver bells between her horns? That one is to be yours, and you can have her milked every morning the moment you wake." And Helga's eyes shone, and though she did not say anything, she thought that she would learn to milk the cow herself. A mile further on they came to a wide meadow with short, springy turf, where horses of all colors with skins of satin were kicking up their heels in play. The sight of them so delighted Helga that she nearly sprang from her saddle with a shriek of joy. "Whose are they?" she asked. "How happy any man must be who is the master of such lovely creatures." "They are your Habogis," replied he, "and the one which you think the most beautiful of all you shall have for yourself and learn to ride him." At this, Helga quite forgot the sheep and the cow. "A horse of my own," said she. "Oh, stop one moment and let me see which one I'll choose. The white one? No, perhaps the chestnut. No, I think I like the coal-black one best, with the little white star on his forehead. Oh, do stop, just for a minute." But Habogi would not stop or listen. "When you are married, you will have plenty of time to choose one," was all he answered, and they rode on 2 or 3 miles further. At length, Habogi drew rein before a small house. It was very old and mean-looking, and seemed on the point of tumbling to pieces. "This is my house, and is to be yours," said Habogi as he jumped down and held out his arms to lift Helga from the horse. The girl's heart sank a little as she thought that the man who possessed such wonderful sheep and cows and horses might have built himself a prettier place to live in, but she did not say so, and taking her arm, he led her up the steps. But when she got inside, she stood quite bewildered at the beauty of all around her. None of her friends owned such things, not even the miller, who was the richest man she knew. There were carpets everywhere, thick and soft, and of deep, rich colors, and the cushions were of silk and made you sleepy even to look at them. And curious little figures in china were scattered about. Helga felt as if it would take her all her life to see everything properly, and it only seemed a second since she had entered the house when Habogi came up to her. "I must begin the preparations of our wedding at once," he said, "but my foster brother will take you home as I promised. In 3 days he will bring you back here with your parents and sisters and any guests you may invite in your company. By that time the feast will be ready." Helga had so much to think about, and the ride home appeared very short. Her father and mother were delighted to see her, as they did not feel sure that so cross-looking a man as Habogi might not have played her some cruel trick. And after they had given her some supper, they begged her to tell them all she had done. But Helga only told them that they would see for themselves on the 3rd day when they would come to her wedding. It was very early in the morning when the party set out, and Helga's 2 sisters grew green with envy as they passed the flocks of sheep and cows and horses, and heard that the best of each was given to Helga herself. But when they caught sight of the poor little house which was to be her home, their hearts grew light again. I would be ashamed of living in such a place," whispered each to the other, and the eldest sister spoke of the carved stone over her doorway, and the second boasted of the number of rooms she had. But the moment they went inside, they were struck dumb with rage at the splendor of everything. Their faces grew white and cold with fury when they saw the dress which Habogi had prepared for his bride, a dress that glittered like sunbeams dancing upon ice. "She shall not look so much finer than us," they cried passionately to each other as soon as they were alone. And when night came, they stole out of their rooms, and taking out the wedding dress, they laid it in the ash pit and heaped ashes upon it. Now Habogi, who knew a little magic, had guessed what they would do, and changed the ashes into roses, and cast a spell over the sisters so that they could not leave the spot for a whole day, and everyone who passed by mocked at them. The next morning, when they all awoke, the ugly tumble-down house had disappeared, and in its place stood a splendid palace. The guests' eyes sought in vain for the bridegroom, yet could only see a handsome young man with a coat of blue velvet and silver and a gold crown upon his head. "Who is that?" they asked Helga. "That is my Habogi," said she. There was once a widow who had 2 daughters, one of whom was pretty and industrious, while the other was unattractive and lazy. But she was much fonder of the unattractive and lazy one because she was her own daughter, and the other, who was a stepdaughter, was obliged to do all the work and be the Cinderella of the house. Every day, the poor girl had to sit by a well in the highway and spin till her fingers bled. Now it happened that one day the shuttle was marked with her blood, so she dipped it in the well to wash the mark off. But it dropped out of her hand and fell to the bottom. She began to weep and ran to her stepmother and told her of the mishap. But of course, she scolded her sharply and was so merciless as to say, "Since you have let the shuttle fall in, you must fetch it out again." So the poor girl went back to the well and did not know what to do, and in the sorrow of her heart, she jumped into the well to get the shuttle. She lost her senses, and when she awoke and came to herself again, she was in a lovely meadow where the sun was shining and many thousands of flowers were growing. Along this meadow she went, and at last came to a baker's oven full of bread, and the bread cried out, "Oh, take me out, or I shall burn. I've been baked a long time." So she went up to it and took out all the loaves one after another with the bread shovel. After that, she went on till she came to a tree covered with apples, which called out to her, "Oh, shake me, we apples are all ripe." So she shook the tree till the apples fell like rain, and went on shaking till they were all down, and when she had gathered them into a heap, she went on her way. At last, she came to the little house out of which an old woman peeped, but she had such large teeth that the girl was frightened and was about to run away. But the old woman called out to her, "What are you afraid of, dear child? Stay with me. If you will do all the work in the house properly, you shall be better for it. Only you must take care to make my bed well and to shake it thoroughly till the feathers fly, for then there is snow on the earth. I am Mother Holle." As the old woman spoke so kindly to her, the girl took courage and agreed to enter her service. She attended to everything to the satisfaction of her mistress, and always shook her bed so vigorously that the feathers flew about like snowflakes. So she had a pleasant life with her, and never an angry word. She stayed some time with Mother Holle, and then she became sad. At first she did not know what was the matter with her, but found at length that it was homesickness. Although she was many times better off here than at home, still she had a longing to be there. At last she said to the old woman, "I have a longing for home, and however well off I am down here, I cannot stay any longer. I must go up again to my own people." Mother Holle said, "I am pleased that you long for your home again, and as you have served me so truly, I myself will take you up again." Thereupon she took her by the hand and led her to a large door. The door was open, and just as the maiden was standing beneath the doorway, a heavy shower of golden rain fell, and all the gold remained sticking to her, so that she was completely covered with it. "You shall have that because you are so industrious," said Mother Holle, and at the same time she gave her back the shuttle which she had let fall into the well. Thereupon the door closed, and the maiden found herself up upon the earth not far from her mother's house. And as she went into the yard, the cock cried, "Cock-a-doodle-doo, your golden girls come back to you." So she went in to her mother, and as she arrived thus covered with gold, she was well received both by her and her sister. The girl told all that had happened to her, and as soon as the mother heard how she had come by so much wealth, she was very anxious to obtain the same good luck for the ugly and lazy daughter. She had to seat herself by the well and spin, and in order that her shuttle might be stained with blood, she stuck her hand into a thorn bush and pricked her finger. Then she threw her shuttle into the well and jumped in after it. She came, like the other, to the beautiful meadow and walked along the very same path. When she got to the oven, the bread again cried, "Oh, take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked a long time." But the lazy thing answered, "As if I had any wish to make myself dirty," and on she went. Soon she came to the apple tree, which cried, "Oh, shake me, we apples are all ripe." But she answered, "I like that, one of you might fall on my head," and so went on. When she came to Mother Holle's house, she was not afraid, for she had already heard of her big teeth, and she hired herself to her immediately. The first day she forced herself to work diligently and obeyed Mother Holle when she told her to do anything, for she was thinking of all the gold that she would give her. But on the second day she began to be lazy, and on the third day still more, and then she would not get up in the morning at all. Neither did she make Mother Holle's bed as she ought, and did not shake it so as to make the feathers fly up. Mother Holle was soon tired of this and gave her notice to leave. The lazy girl was willing enough to go and thought that now the golden rain would come. Mother Holle led her too to the great door, but while she was standing beneath it, instead of the gold, a big kettleful of pitch was emptied over her. "That is the reward of your service," said Mother Holle, and shut the door. So the lazy girl went home, but she was quite covered with pitch, and the cock by the well side, as soon as he saw her, cried, "Cock-a-doodle-doo, your pitchy squirrel came back to you." But the pitch stuck fast to her and could not be got off as long as she lived. Once upon a time, there was an emperor of the Eells who had but one son, the Prince Porphyrio. On the day which beheld the prince's coming of age, the emperor summoned the youth to his council chamber and said to him, "Dear son, when you were a little child, I pledged to you the hand of the Lady Lyria, daughter of my friend and ally, the Emperor of the Plain. You are now of age, and I would fain send you forth to find the princess and win her for your own." Then replied the tall, golden-haired prince, "Dear father, give me but a brave ship, and I will this very eve set sail for the Emperor's city and greet the Lady Lyria." Pleased with his speech, the Emperor gave orders that a fine ship be swiftly prepared for the voyage, and this was done. And now it was night, and the vessel lay waiting, her sails gleaming green-white in the moonlight, her ladder shrouds gently swaying against the pale and starry sky. When came the ebb of the midnight tide, the anchors were weighed, the great sails trimmed to the breeze, and the vessel piloted forth to the measureless plain of the sea. Now as the great ship sped upon her furrowed way, Porphyrio decided on the spur of the moment to visit the fair of the Golden Bear, and fled before the wind to the festival city. Little by little, the ship left behind her the blue of the deeps and entered the green waters of the shallows. Suddenly, there was a cry of "Land ho!" and from afar, over the waves, Porphyrio beheld the great tower of the fair, a giant golden image of a bear, standing erect, crowned the high tower top, and shone dully bright above the haze. At sundown, the prince, accompanied by his mariners, found himself in the midst of the great fair, in the very heart of the din, the medley of outlandish costumes, the babble of strange tongues, and the shrill cries of merchants. Surely there was never such a marketplace as the Fair of the Golden Bear. Everything in the world was there to be bought and sold. At one booth, a venerable man in a scholar's gown and velvet cap sold words, rare and beautiful words, and drove a brisk trade with a crowd of poets and lovers. At another, an old woman in green sold rosy glasses to those who were at outs with the world, and at still another, a joyous fellow in blue offered sunbeams which he had caught in a mirror and imprisoned in bits of magic glass. Porphyrio was quite delighted with the sunbeams, which shone night and day like diamonds aflame with golden fires. The Lady Lyria will surely be pleased with one of these, thought he, and purchased the finest of all. Now it came to pass that, as he walked about the fair with his company of sailor men, Porphyrio caught sight of a rustic fellow in brown corduroys who was carrying a sea-bird in a wicker cage. And because he loved the wild animals of the sea, the prince said to the countryman, "Good friend, whither go you with your bird?" "To the animal merchant, sir," replied the fellow. "'Tis a wild bird which I found in my field on a morning after a storm. Only look, sir, it wears a circle of feathers on its head like a crown." "Why, so it does," said the young prince. "Come, will you sell it to me?" "Oh, yes, indeed, sir," replied the countryman. "'Tis yours for a florin of gold and a penny of silver," and he held out his hand for the sum. "Good," said Porphyrio, and he paid the money. Then, to the countryman's amazement, he threw open the door of the cage and allowed the sea-bird to escape. With a glad cry and a mighty beating of its gray wings, the creature climbed into the splendor of the sunset, dwindled to a black speck, and slowly vanished from their eyes. Once more the prince set sail. For a few days the weather remained tranquil and fair. Then came a night of cloud and a rushing wind, which increased during the day to a hurricane. Now arose a great clatter, the howling of the wind through the shrouds, the cracking and straining of the timbers of the ship, the cries of the sailors, and the roaring and foaming of the deep. All night long, through the wild ocean dark, the prince's ship drifted nearer and nearer the unknown waters of the southern sea. Suddenly, just before the dawn, a tremendous noise was heard. The vessel trembled throughout her length, and crashing down once more on a hidden reef, broke apart. A huge wave swept Porphyrio from the deck. Some wreckage hurled itself upon him, and he knew no more. When he awoke again, close upon noon, he found that the waves had carried him to the stony beach of a dark and unknown isle. A stately wall of cliffs of the strangest dark blue stone surrounded it. One broken mast of the prince's ship still rose forlorn above the tumbling waters on the reefs, but of the gallant crew there was not a sign. With a heavy heart, Porphyrio trudged off to look for shelter and for aid. He walked many hours along the curving shore, and now as the tide was rising, he found himself close by a noble promontory that sloped from the cliff top to foundations in the sea. Half climbing, half dragging himself along the stones and terraces of this ridge, the prince attained at last the height of the blue wall. A great dark isle lay open before him, a solitary isle of shadowy lands, gloomy woods, and rocks and hillocks of the same dark stone he had marked before. Save for the faint murmur of the encircling sea below and the sighing of the wind, the isle was as silent as a land beneath the deep. Indeed, so still and dark it was, that it seemed as if the night reigned there, forever untroubled by the day. In the very heart of the gloom, lifted high against cloud mountains gathered in the west, a stately palace rose. After a long, winding journey through a wood, dark as a leafy cave, Porphyrio arrived at the portals of the dwelling. The palace was as silent as a stone. Of silver were its massy doors, and they were sealed and barred. From turret to foundation stone, its windows were with silver shutters, closed against the day. Not a sign or a memory of living things was there to be seen. Wondering in his heart at the mystery, Porphyrio presently made his way into a noble garden, wherein were pools and basins of blue water rimmed about with silver, and tall, dark trees stately as night. Again, to his wonderment, the prince beheld that the flowers in the garden opened only in the night. The pale, fragrant jasmine hid there, the moonflower dreamed, and the shy star daisy gathered her petals before her face. Suddenly, the prince heard steps behind him, and turning swiftly, beheld a fair princess gazing at him with eyes in which wonder, alarm, and hope might all be seen. "Speak, who are you? What are you doing here?" said the princess quickly. To this, Porphyrio replied that he was a prince who had been shipwrecked on a voyage, and he told the princess of his adventures. "Alas," replied the lady, "you have come to the dark land. Know you not into whose power you have fallen? This dark isle is the dwelling of the magician of the night, who rules the fairy world from sunset to the morn. When comes the dawn, his mighty power wanes, and he and his people of the night hasten to this locked and shuttered palace, here to lie hidden from the sunlight, which is their enemy and deadly fear. I alone go forth, for I, alas, am immortal, but hearken to my story. I am the Princess Lyria." Porphyrio started. "My father is the Emperor of the Plain. On Midsummer Eve, as I was walking with my handmaidens in the garden, a messenger from my father arrived, bidding me to come at once to the great hall of state. I obeyed the message, and going to the hall, found there the magician of the night, who had just presented a haughty petition for my hand. Because of his fear of the magician, my father was very ill at ease. All looked to me for an answer. I replied courteously that, though I felt highly honored at the demand, I nevertheless felt bound to refuse, for I had been affianced since childhood to another. For you must know, good prince, that my father's true friend and ally of the Emperor of the Isles had pledged my hand to his only son, the Prince Porphyrio." At this, the magician, with a mocking smile, bowed low and disappeared into the night, when a terrible storm of his contriving descended upon our unfortunate city, overturning our tallest towers and strewing ruin far and wide. Our torches, quenched by the rain and wind, my maidens and I took refuge in a great chamber of the north turret. At the height of the storm, the wind suddenly burst open the double portals. There came a flash of lightning and a roar of thunder, and I beheld the magician standing tall and motionless between the doors, surrounded by a dozen of his creatures of the night. I cried out, but his servant seized me and led me forth. Great wings bore me upward through the very torment of the heavens. A darkness fell on me, and I knew no more. When I awoke, I found myself here in the palace of the night. Farewell, dear land of the golden plain, whose harvests I shall never see. Farewell, dear Prince Porphyrio of the Isles. But I am Porphyrio, cried the prince, and I was on my way to find you, noble Lyria, when the storm swept me to this isle. You may be sure the heart of the princess leaped when she heard these tidings. Forgetting that he was himself but a shipwrecked wanderer much in need of aid, the prince, like the brave fellow that he was, could think of nothing but of rescuing his lady from the dark magician. As for the princess, she could think of nothing but the plight of Porphyrio, tossed friendless and forlorn upon the isle. But at length she shook her head and smiled. Today, said she, is mine, and tomorrow also. But the magician has warned me to be prepared, for the wedding will take place by sundown on the following day. But look, the shield of the sun breaks the storm clouds close above the waters. Twilight approaches. The hour of the magician is at hand. You must go. Hide yourself well tonight, and come to the garden tomorrow when the chimes ring thrice. On that dark wall, you will find some strangely shaped fruits growing. Fear not to eat them when you hunger. I bid you farewell, Prince Porphyrio. Farewell, Princess. Do not despair. We shall outwit the dark magician, replied the prince. And now the prince lay hid in the heart of a great tree, watching the doors and windows of the palace slowly opening in the twilight. Suddenly, huge bells swung forth in waves of heavy sound. Strange music played, and the 1,000 windows filled with the magic glow of moonfire. All night long, the people of the night held festival, but at the break of dawn, the silver windows closed slowly on their hinges. The music grew faint, and the murmur died away. On the second afternoon, the prince, in his impatience, came early to the shadowy garden. The Princess Lyria was not to be found, so Porphyrio wandered away into the dark alleys by the pools. Suddenly, he found himself looking at his own reflection in a huge round mirror supported by 2 marble statues, one at each side. Happening to move a little, the prince discovered that his reflection did not move. He lifted an arm. The image remained motionless. He shook his head. The mirror gave no sign. Puzzled, Porphyrio left the spot and saw his reflection remaining behind the glass. Presently, he heard the welcome footsteps of Lyria, and as the lovers walked and talked and discussed plans of escape, the prince told her of the mirror he had found. Uttering a little gasp of alarm, the princess cried, "Now we are lost indeed. That is a mirror of memory, and reveals to the magician the faces of those who walk these paths. He gazes into the glass every evening, and as soon as he sees your reflection therein, his demons will be sent in search of you. There is only one hope. Go to the sea, follow the cliff for a league to the west of the promontory, and you will find at its base the opening of an ocean cave. When you arrive there, the tide will be at half flood, and the entrance will still be visible above the waves. Fight your way within and climb to the cavern's height. Little by little, the rising tide will seal the portal and hide you from the search. Make haste, Porphyrio, for there is not an instant to lose." Angry with himself for being a fool, Porphyrio hurried down to the sea and sought out the cave. Twilight was at hand. The tide was rising fast. Already the entrance was almost closed by the sea. Buffeted by the breakers and tossed against the cliff as he strode, the prince at length made his way into the cave and climbed to a shelf of rock above the height of the tide. A few minutes later, the water closed the entrance completely, thus imprisoning Porphyrio in a hollow darkness through which the ebb and flow of the sea swept with chuckles and whispering laughter. All night long waited Porphyrio in the cold, watery dark. Toward the end of the prince's vigil, the earth suddenly shook, the waters hushed, and through the silence and the dark, Porphyrio heard the long thunder of a mighty overthrow. What can that be? Thought he. When the first red rays of the sun streamed along the rocky floor of the cave, Porphyrio descended from his refuge and walked out of the cave mouth to the sea. Now, as Porphyrio walked along the shore, he came across the splendid painted chest which had lain in his cabin on the ship. Its brazen lock, though tarnished by the waters, was still highly clasped, but sea and stone had broken the wood loose from the hasps, and the prince had little difficulty in raising the lid. With a rueful smile, he gazed down into his robes and fine array lying musty and sand-strewn within. There lay his prince's circlet of gold, here his jeweled sword of state, here the gifts he had meant for Princess Lyria, and among these, tucked away in the very corner of the chest, Porphyrio found the sunbeam he had purchased at the fair of the Golden Bear. Were Lyria armed with this, cried he, the magician of the night could not prevail against her. At the thought, a new strength leaped into his weary heart, and he hurried along the cliff toward the promontory. The storm had now cleared away. The ocean thundered and broke into silvery white foam at the foot of the blue barrier, and the Isle of the Night raised itself defiantly against a bright and royal sun. The magician, however, had not been idle. The mirror had told its story. A search had been made. A legion of creatures had sought Porphyrio in every corner of the isle. The approach of dawn caused the magician to abandon this pursuit and resolve to render the island unapproachable from the sea. With a spell of tremendous power, he caused the promontory to break from the other cliff and fall in scattered and monstrous ruin to the beach below. It was the thunder of this overthrow which had shaken the earth and sounded through the cave when Prince Porphyrio was in hiding. As a last precaution, the magician forbade Lyria to leave the palace of the night and locked and sealed every door and window. Presently the prince, hastening along the beach, came in sight of the ruined headland, and a great fear washed over him as he beheld the triumph of his enemy. How was he to reach the headland height? The cliff wall now encircled the entire island without a break. League after league he trudged, along the shore, through the tide, searching for some way to scale the overhanging walls. Higher and higher climbed the sun. The shadows fell to the east. The afternoon waned, and still Porphyrio had found no path to the top. Desperate at last, He attempted to scale the steep face of the blue precipice. From ledge to ledge, the prince struggled, climbing with torn fingers and aching arms until at last he fell backward, faint and overcome, on a shelf of rock high above the sea. When his strength returned, he found himself close by an eyrie of seabirds brooding on their nests in shelves and rifts of the rock. With a great clamor of piping and crying, the creatures rose startled from their nests, so filling the air with wings that Porphyrio closed his eyes. Suddenly, the master of the eyrie, uttering a joyous call, swept down close to the prince, and with an upward surge of his heart, Porphyrio recognized the winged king, whose freedom he had purchased at the fair of the Golden Bear. And now the seabirds gathered about the prince, some gathering folds of his garments into their talons, others lifting him on broad wings, till presently he was borne from the narrow ledge and the sound of the sea into the splendor and silence of the sky. The end of day was at hand. The fiery sun lay just above the western waters, its lower rim almost resting on the waves, and once again the hour of the magician of the night had arrived. The cloud of seabirds flew inland over the blue isle and settled to the earth at the very doors of the palace of the night, and opening his arms to them, Porphyrio cried aloud his thanks as they wheeled and fled. The prince walked boldly to the great door and blew a loud blast on the warder's horn. There came no answer to his call. The palace of the night remained silent and dark. The sun's rim dipped. A little breeze made its way from the sea through the mysterious gardens. The flowers of the night stirred like sleepers in a dream. "O jewel of the sun," cried Porphyrio, "give me now your aid." And with these words, he touched the sunbeam to the lock. A crack resounded, then a shattering crash, and the door swung open wide. Porphyrio at length found himself at the threshold of the great hall of the Palace of the Night. Rich hangings of dark blue velvet, strewn with stars of silver and gold, hung from the giant walls. 1,000 lamps of pale moonfire swayed on silver chains from the unseen height overhead. There were huge columns and dark aisles. To one side of the hall, by a silver throne raised upon a dais, stood the magician of the night, his arms folded on his breast. Proud and pale by his side, near a second throne, stood the Princess Lyria, and around them were gathered the people of the night. As the doors parted, all turned to gaze at Porphyrio. Fixing his dark eyes upon the prince, the magician chanted a terrible incantation, but his words shattered against the sunbeam. "Seize him," commanded the magician. At these words, a host of dark beings surged about Porphyrio, encircling him, yet afraid to attack. Porphyrio took Lyria by the hand and led her toward the door, but as he did so, the magician caused awesome silvery fires to bar the outward way. At the horizon's edge, the waters were leaping up about the sun. Baffled by the flame, Porphyrio, still guarding Lyria, fought his way towards a great stair at the very end of the hall. In the wall there, barred with silver and shuttered with stone, a giant circular window faced the west. And now there arose an uproar through the hall, and sounds of magic and thunder. Porphyrio quickly touched the sunbeam to the window bar, and threw the double shutters open wide. The sun was yet above the wave, sky and water were aflame, and the great tide of sunlight swept into the palace of the night like the music of many trumpets. From all within the palace, a great wailing cry arose that presently died away. When Porphyrio and Lyria turned to gaze, the magician and his people had vanished, conquered and forever powerless, and the velvet hangings were but cobwebs clinging to the walls, and the lamps of moonfire but empty shells. Then Porphyrio and Lyria walked hand in hand in the darkening sea, and beheld there a brave merchant ship which the sea-bird was guiding to the isle. You may be sure it did not take the jolly mariners long to rescue the lovers from the headland, and thus the prince and princess fared to Lyria's realm, where there their marriage was celebrated with the greatest ceremony. In time, Porphyrio became a king and Lyria a queen, and thus they lived happily ever after. Once upon a time, there was a princess who was the prettiest creature in the world. And because she was so lovely, and because her hair was like the finest gold and waved and rippled nearly to the ground, she was called Pretty Goldilocks. She always wore a crown of flowers, and her dresses were embroidered with diamonds and pearls, and everyone who saw her fell in love with her. Now one of her neighbors was a young king who was not married. He was very rich and handsome, and when he heard all that was said about Pretty Goldilocks, though he had never seen her, he fell so deeply in love with her that he could neither eat nor drink. So he resolved to send an ambassador to ask her in marriage. He had a splendid carriage made for his ambassador and gave him more than 100 horses and 100 servants, and told him to be sure and bring the princess back with him. After he had started, nothing else was talked of at court, and the king felt so sure that the princess would consent that he set his people to work at pretty dresses and splendid furniture, that they might be ready by the time she came. Meanwhile, the ambassador arrived at the princess's palace and delivered his little message. But whether she happened to be cross that day, or whether the compliment did not please her, is not known. She only answered that she was very much obliged to the king, but she had no wish to be married. The ambassador set off sadly on his homeward way, bringing all the king's presents back with him, for the princess was too well brought up to accept the pearls and diamonds when she would not accept the king, so she had only kept 25 English pins that he might not be vexed. When the ambassador reached the city, where the king was waiting impatiently, everybody was very much annoyed with him for not bringing the princess, and the king cried like a baby and nobody could console him. Now there was at court a young man who was more clever and handsome than anyone else. He was called Charming, and everyone loved him, excepting a few envious people who were angry at his being the king's favorite and knowing all the state secrets. He happened to one day be with some people who were speaking of the ambassador's return and saying that his going to the princess had not done much good, when Charming said rashly, "If the king had sent me to the Princess Goldilocks, I am sure she would have come back with me." His enemies at once went to the king and said, "You will hardly believe this, sire, what Charming has the audacity to say, that if he had been sent to the Princess Goldilocks, she would certainly have come back with him. He seems to think that he is so much more handsomer than you that the princess would have fallen in love with him and followed him willingly." The king was very angry when he heard this. "Ha," said he, "does he laugh at my unhappiness and think himself more fascinating than I am? Go, and let him be shut up in my great tower to die of hunger." So the king's guards went to fetch Charming, who had thought no more of his rash speech, and carried him off to prison with great cruelty. The poor prisoner had only a little straw for his bed, and but for a little stream of water which flowed through the tower, he would have died of thirst. One day, when he was in despair, he said to himself, "How can I have offended the king? I am his most faithful subject and have done nothing against him." The king chanced to be passing the tower and recognized the voice of his former favorite. He stopped to listen in spite of Charming's enemies, who tried to persuade him to have nothing more to do with the traitor. But the king said, "Be quiet. I wish to hear what he says." And then he opened the tower door and called to Charming, who came very sadly and kissed the king's hand, saying, "What have I done, sire, to deserve this cruel treatment?" "You mocked me and my ambassador," said the king, "and you said that if I had sent you for the Princess Goldilocks, you would certainly have brought her back." "It is quite true, sire," replied Charming. "I should have drawn such a picture of you and represented your good qualities in such a way that I am certain the princess would have found you irresistible. But I cannot see what there is in that to make you angry." The king could not see any cause for anger either when the matter was presented to him in this light, and he began to frown very fiercely at the courtiers who had so misrepresented his favorite. So he took Charming back to the palace with him, and after seeing that he had a very good supper, he said to him, "You know that I love Pretty Goldilocks as much as ever. Her refusal has not made any difference to me, but I don't know how to make her change her mind. I really should like to send you to see if you can persuade her to marry me." Charming replied that he was perfectly willing to go and would set out the very next day. "But you must wait till I can get a grand escort for you," said the king. But Charming said that he only wanted a good horse to ride, and the king, who was delighted at his being ready to start so promptly, gave him letters to the princess and bade him good speed. It was on a Monday morning that he set out all alone upon his errand, thinking of nothing but how he could persuade the Princess Goldilocks to marry the king. He had a writing book in his pocket, and whenever any happy thought struck him, he dismounted from his horse and sat down under the trees to put it into the harangue which he was preparing for the princess before he forgot it. One day, when he had started at the very earliest dawn and was riding over a great meadow, he suddenly had a capital idea, and, springing from his horse, he sat down under a willow tree which grew by a little river. When he had written it down, he was looking round him, pleased to find himself in such a pretty place, when all at once he saw a great golden carp lying gasping and exhausted upon the grass. In leaping after little flies, she had thrown herself high upon the bank, where she had lain till she was nearly dead. Charming had pity upon her, and, though he couldn't help thinking that she would have been very nice for dinner, he picked her up gently and put her back into the water. As soon as Dame Carp felt the refreshing coolness of the water, she sank down joyfully to the bottom of the river. Then, swimming up to the bank quite boldly, she said, "I thank you, Charming, for the kindness you have done me. You have saved my life. One day I will repay you." So saying, she sank down into the water again, leaving Charming greatly astonished at her politeness. Another day, as he journeyed on, he saw a raven in great distress. The poor bird was closely pursued by an eagle, which would have soon have eaten it up, had not Charming quickly fitted an arrow to his bow and shot the eagle dead. The raven perched upon a tree very joyfully. "Charming," said he, "it was very generous of you to rescue a poor raven. I am not ungrateful. Some day I will repay you." Charming thought it was very nice of the raven to say so, and went on his way. Before the sun rose, he found himself in a thick wood where it was too dark for him to see his path, and here he heard an owl crying as if it were in despair. "Hark," said he, "that must be an owl in great trouble. I am sure it has gone into a snare." And he began to hunt about, and presently found a great net which some bird catchers had spread the night before. "What a pity it is that men do nothing but torment and persecute poor creatures which never do them any harm," said he, and he took out his knife and cut the cords of the net, and the owl flitted away into the darkness. But then turning, with one flicker of her wings, she came back to Charming and said, "It does not need many words to tell you how great a service you have done me. I was caught. In a few minutes the fowlers would have been here. Without your help I should have been killed. I am grateful, and one day I will repay you." These 3 adventures were the only ones of any consequence that befell Charming upon his journey, and he made all the haste he could to reach the palace of the Princess Goldilocks. When he arrived, he thought everything he saw delightful and magnificent. Diamonds were as plentiful as pebbles, and the gold and silver, the beautiful dresses, the sweetmeats and pretty things that were everywhere quite amazed him. He thought to himself, "If the princess consents to leave all this and come with me to marry the king, he may think himself lucky." Then he dressed himself carefully in rich brocade with scarlet and white plumes, and threw a splendid embroidered scarf over his shoulder. And looking as handsome and as graceful as possible, he presented himself at the door of the palace, carrying in his arm a tiny pretty dog which he had bought on the way. The guards saluted him respectfully, and a messenger was sent to the princess to announce the arrival of Charming as ambassador of her neighbor the king. "Charming," said the princess. "The name promises well. I have no doubt that he is good-looking and fascinates everybody." "Indeed he does, madam," said all her maids of honor in one breath. "We saw him from the window of the garret where we were spinning flax, and we could do nothing but look at him as long as he was in sight. Well, to be sure, said the princess. That's how you amuse yourselves, is it? Looking at strangers out of the window? Be quick and give me my blue satin embroidered dress and comb out my golden hair. Let somebody make me fresh garlands of flowers and give me my high-heeled shoes and my fan, and tell them to sweep my great hall and my throne, for I want everyone to say I am really Pretty Goldilocks. You can imagine how all her maids scurried this way and that to make the princess ready, and how in their haste they knocked their heads together and hindered each other till she thought they would never have done. However, at last they led her into the gallery of mirrors that she might assure herself that nothing was lacking in her appearance. Then she mounted her throne of gold, ebony, and ivory, while her ladies took their guitars and began to sing softly. Then Charming was led in, and was so struck with astonishment and admiration that at first not a word could he say. But presently he took courage and delivered his harangue, bravely ending by begging the princess to spare him the disappointment of going back without her. Sir Charming, answered she, all the reasons you have given me are very good ones, and I assure you that I should have more pleasure in obliging you than anyone else. But you must know that a month ago, as I was walking by the river with my ladies, I took off my glove, and as I did so, a ring that I was wearing slipped off my finger and rolled into the water. As I valued it more than my kingdom, you may imagine how vexed I was at losing it, and I vowed to never listen to any proposal of marriage unless the ambassador first brought me back my ring. So now you know what is expected of you, for if you talked for 15 days and 15 nights, you could not make me change my mind. Charming was very much surprised by this answer, but he bowed low to the princess and begged her to accept the embroidered scarf and the tiny dog he had brought with him. But she answered that she did not want any presents, and that he was to remember what she had just told him. When he got back to his lodging, he went to bed without eating any supper, and his little dog, who was called Frisk, couldn't eat any either, but came and lay down close to him. All night Charming sighed and lamented. How am I to find a ring that fell into the river a month ago? Said he. It is useless to try. The princess must have told me to do it on purpose, knowing it was impossible. And then he sighed again. Frisk heard him and said, My dear master, don't despair. The luck may change. You are too good not to be happy. Let us go down to the river as soon as it is light. But Charming only gave him 2 little pats and said nothing, and very soon he fell asleep. At the first glimmer of dawn, Frisk began to jump about, and when he had waked Charming, they went out together, first into the garden, and then down to the river's brink, where they wandered up and down. Charming was thinking sadly of having to go back unsuccessful when he heard someone calling, Charming, Charming. He looked all about him and thought he must be dreaming, as he could not see anybody. Then he walked on, and the voice called again, Charming, Charming. Who calls me? Said he. Frisk, who was very small and could look closely into the water, cried out, I see a golden carp coming. And sure enough, there was the great carp, who said to Charming, You saved my life in the meadow by the willow tree, and I promised that I would repay you. Take this. It is the Princess Goldilocks' ring. Charming took the ring out of Dame Carp's mouth, thanking her 1,000 times, and he and tiny Frisk went straight to the palace, where someone told the princess that he was asking to see her. "Ah, poor fellow," said she. "He must have come to say goodbye, finding it impossible to do as I asked." So in came Charming, who presented her with the ring and said, "Madam, I have done your bidding. Will it please you to marry my master?" When the princess saw her ring brought back to her unhurt, she was so astonished that she thought she must be dreaming. "Truly, Charming," said she, "you must be the favorite of some fairy, or you could never have found it." "Madam," answered he, "I was helped by nothing but my desire to obey your wishes." "Since you are so kind," said she, "perhaps you will do me another service, for till it is done I will never be married. There is a prince not far from here whose name is Galifron, who once wanted to marry me, but when I refused, he uttered the most terrible threats against me and vowed that he would lay waste my country. But what could I do? I could not marry a frightful giant as tall as a tower, who eats up people as a monkey eats chestnuts, and who talks so loud that anybody who has to listen to him becomes quite deaf. Nevertheless, he does not cease to persecute me and to kill my subjects. So before I can listen to your proposal, you must kill him." Charming was rather dismayed at this command, but he answered, "Very well, princess. I will fight this Galifron. I believe that he will kill me, but at any rate I shall die in your defense." Then the princess was frightened and said everything she could think of to prevent Charming from fighting the giant, but it was of no use, and he went out to arm himself suitably, and then, taking little Frisk with him, he mounted his horse and set out for Galifron's country. Everyone he met told him what a terrible giant Galifron was, and that nobody dared go near him, and the more he heard, the more frightened he grew. Frisk tried to encourage him by saying, "While you are fighting the giant, dear master, I will go and bite his heels, and when he stoops down to look at me, you can kill him." Charming praised his little dog's plan, but knew that this help would not do much good. At last, he drew near the giant's castle and saw to his horror that every path that led to it was strewn with bones. Before long, he saw Galifron coming. His head was higher than the tallest trees, and he sang in a terrible voice, "Bring out your little boys and girls, pray do not stay to do their curls, for I shall eat so very many, I shall not know if they have any." Thereupon Charming sang out as loud as he could to the same tune, "Come out and meet the valiant Charming, who finds you not at all alarming. Although he is not very tall, he's big enough to make you fall." The rhymes were not very correct, but you see, he had made them up so quickly that it is a miracle that they were not worse, especially as he was horribly frightened all the time. When Galifron heard these words, he looked all about him and saw Charming standing sword in hand, and this put the giant into a terrible rage. He aimed a blow at Charming with his huge iron club, which would certainly have killed him if it had reached him. However, at that instant, a raven perched upon the giant's head and, pecking with its strong beak and beating with its great wings, so confused and blinded him that all his blows fell harmlessly upon the air, and Charming, rushing in, gave him several strokes with his sharp sword, so that he fell to the ground dead. Soon after, the raven from a tree close by croaked out, "You see, I have not forgotten the good turn you did me in killing the eagle. Today, I think I have fulfilled my promise of repaying you." "Indeed, I owe you more gratitude than you ever owed me," replied Charming. And then he mounted his horse and rode off. When he reached the city, the people ran after him in crowds, crying, "Behold the brave Charming who has killed the giant." And their shouts reached the princess's ear, but she dared not ask what was happening, for fear she should hear that Charming had been killed. But very soon he arrived at the palace. "Princess," said Charming, "I have killed your enemy. I hope you will now consent to marry the king, my master." "Oh dear, no," said the princess. "Not until you have brought me some water from the gloomy cavern. Not far from here there is a deep cave, the entrance to which is guarded by 2 dragons with fiery eyes, who will not allow anyone to pass them. When you get into the cavern, you will find an immense hole, which you must go down, and it is full of toads and snakes. At the bottom of this hole, there is another little cave, in which rises the fountain of health and beauty. It is some of this water that I really must have. Everything it touches becomes wonderful. The beautiful things will always remain beautiful, and the ugly things become lovely. If one is young, one never grows old, and if one is old, one becomes young. You see, Charming, I could not leave my kingdom without taking some of it with me." "Princess," said he, "you at least can never need this water, but I am an unhappy ambassador whose death you desire. Where you send me I will go, though I know I shall never return." And as the Princess Goldilocks showed no sign of relenting, he started with his little dog for the gloomy cavern. Everyone he met on the way said, "What a pity that a handsome young man should throw away his life so carelessly. He is going to the cavern alone, though if he had 100 men with him, he could not succeed. Why does the princess ask impossibilities?" Charming said nothing, but he was very sad. When he was near the top of a hill, he dismounted to let his horse graze, while Frisk amused himself by chasing flies. Charming knew he could not be far from the gloomy cavern, and on looking about him, he saw a black, hideous rock from which came a thick smoke, followed in a moment by one of the dragons with fire blazing from his mouth and eyes. His body was yellow and green, and his claws scarlet, and his tail was so long that it lay in 100 coils. Frisk was so terrified at the sight of it that he did not know where to hide. Charming, quite determined to get the water or die, now drew his sword and, taking the crystal flask which Pretty Goldilocks had given him to fill, said to Frisk, "I feel sure that I shall never come back from this expedition. When I am dead, go to the princess and tell her that her errand has cost me my life. Then find the king my master and relate all my adventures to him." As he spoke, he heard a voice calling, "Charming, Charming." "Who calls me?" said he. Then he saw an owl sitting in a hollow tree, who said to him, "You saved my life when I was caught in the net. Now I can repay you. Trust me with the flask, for I know all the ways of the gloomy cavern and can fill it from the fountain of beauty." Charming was only too glad to give her the flask, and she flitted into the cavern quite unnoticed by the dragon, and after some time returned with the flask filled to the very brim with sparkling water. Charming thanked her with all his heart and joyfully hastened back to the town. He went straight to the palace and gave the flask to the princess, who had no further objection to make. So she thanked Charming and ordered that preparations should be made for her departure, and they soon set out together. The princess found Charming such an agreeable companion that she sometimes said to him, "Why didn't we stay where we were? I could have made you king, and we should have been so happy." But Charming only answered, "I could not have done anything that would have vexed my master so much, even for a kingdom, or to please you, though I think you are as beautiful as the sun." At last they reached the king's great city, and he came out to meet the princess, bringing magnificent presents, and the marriage was celebrated with great rejoicings. But Goldilocks was so fond of Charming that she could not be happy unless he was near her, and she was always singing his praises. "If it hadn't been for Charming," she said to the king, "I should never have come here. You ought to be very much obliged to him, for he did the most impossible things and got me water from the fountain of beauty, so I can never grow old and shall get prettier every year." Then Charming's enemies said to the king, "It is a wonder that you're not jealous. The queen thinks there is nobody in the world like Charming, as if anybody you had sent could not have done just as much." "It is quite true, now I come to think of it," said the king. "Let him be chained hand and foot and thrown into the tower." So they took Charming, and as a reward for having served the king so faithfully, he was shut up in the tower, where he only saw the jailer, who brought him a piece of black bread and a pitcher of water every day. However, little Frisk came to console him and told him all the news. When Pretty Goldilocks heard what had happened, she threw herself at the king's feet and begged him to set Charming free. But the more she cried, the more angry he was, and at last she saw that it was useless to say any more, but it made her very sad. Then the king took it into his head that perhaps he was not handsome enough to please the Princess Goldilocks, and he thought he would bathe his face with the water from the Fountain of Beauty, which was in the flask on a shelf in the princess's room, where she had placed it that she might see it often. Now it happened that one of Princess's ladies, in chasing a spider, had knocked the flask off the shelf and broken it, and every drop of water had been spilt. Not knowing what to do, she had hastily swept away the pieces of crystal, and then remembered that in the king's room she had seen a flask of exactly the same shape, also filled with sparkling water. So, without saying a word, she fetched it and stood it upon the queen's shelf. Now the water in this flask was what was used in the kingdom for getting rid of troublesome people. Instead of having their heads cut off in the usual way, their faces were bathed with the water, and they instantly fell asleep and never woke up any more. So when the king, thinking to improve his beauty, took the flask and sprinkled the water upon his face, he fell asleep, and nobody could wake him. Little Frisk was the first to hear the news, and he ran to tell Charming, who sent him to beg the princess not to forget the poor prisoner. All the palace was in confusion on account of the king's death, but tiny Frisk made his way through the crowd to the princess's side and said, "Madam, do not forget poor Charming." Then she remembered all he had done for her, and without saying a word to anyone, went straight to the tower and with her own hands took off Charming's chains. Then, putting a golden crown upon his head and the royal mantle upon his shoulders, she said, "Come, faithful Charming, I make you king and will take you for my husband." Charming, once more free and happy, fell at her feet and thanked her for her gracious words. Everybody was delighted that he should be king, and the wedding, which took place at once, was the prettiest that can be imagined, and Prince Charming and Princess Goldilocks lived happily ever after. Once upon a time, in the lost kingdom of Atlantis, there ruled a king whose name was Grey-White. He had married the beautiful Queen Rose-White. They lived in a magnificent palace, but it was a sad place because there were no little children in it. "There are plenty of babies in the homes of the poor peasants who can scarcely find food for them," mourned King Grey-White. "Why is it that I, the ruler of this vast rich kingdom, can have no child to inherit my wealth and my domains? Women in tiny hovels have their arms full of rosy dimpled darlings," sighed Queen Rose-White. "Why is it that I, the queen of this magnificent palace, can have no baby of my own?" Queen Rose-White passed her days and nights in weeping, while King Grey-White grew ugly and cruel to his subjects. Once he had been the kindest ruler in the world. Things went on like this for several years. Queen Rose-White's lovely face grew pale and wan, and her beautiful eyes became so sad that it hurt the hearts of her faithful subjects. The king's face lost its expression of jolly kindness and became sour and cruel. They offered prayers and solemn vows before all the holy shrines in the whole kingdom of Atlantis, but no child was born into the royal palace. King Grey-White grew so harsh and ugly to his subjects that the entire kingdom offered prayers and vows too. As things were, life was not worth living in the kingdom of Atlantis. In front of the royal palace, there was a beautiful terrace where King Grey-White and Queen Rose-White had loved to walk in the days before they had grown cross and sad. One night, when they were sitting upon the terrace, enjoying the fresh soft evening air and the bright starlight, there suddenly appeared a dazzling light which almost blinded them. Queen Rose-White covered her face with her hands, and the king bowed his proud head upon his breast. "Do not fear to look at me," said a gentle voice. King Grey-White and Queen Rose-White glanced up. They saw a tiny fairy standing before them with a circle of bright light dancing about her. "King and Queen of Atlantis," said the gentle voice, "you shall have a child, a little daughter, prettier than the sunlight. I have heard your prayers and vows, but I have also heard the prayers and vows of your poor subjects too." The glad news had brought a happy light into Queen Rose-White's beautiful eyes, but now it faded out and a look of fear crept in. It had hurt the queen's loving heart to have her husband so cruel to his subjects, She often had told him that punishment would surely come upon him because of his harsh deeds. "When the little princess is born," went on the fairy's voice, "I shall take her away from you for 20 years. No harm will come to her. I shall hide her away from you and all the world within 7 beautiful cities, which I shall construct in the loveliest part of your whole kingdom. Around these 7 cities I shall place strong walls. At the end of 20 years, if your heart, King Greywhite, is free from sin, and you have made proper restitution for all your wrongdoing, you shall receive the princess into your arms." 20 years is a long time, said King Greywhite sadly. Tears were running down Queen Rosewhite's cheeks, and she could not speak. "You must wait until the 20 years are over," continued the fairy. "If you attempt to enter the strong walls before that time, you shall fall dead, and your kingdom shall be consumed by fire. Swear to me now in the presence of your faithful queen that you will not try to enter these strong walls which I shall construct about the 7 cities." "I swear it," said the king, in a voice which trembled as he solemnly lifted his right hand. The vision disappeared as suddenly as it had come, and King Greywhite and Queen Rosewhite sat alone in the bright starlight on the terrace before the royal palace. "Have I been dreaming?" asked the king. "It was not a dream," replied the queen. Time passed, and a beautiful baby daughter was born to the king and queen of Atlantis. They gave her the name of Princess Bluegreen. There was great rejoicing throughout the entire kingdom. Her birth was celebrated by lavish feasts and happy songs and dances. When the little Princess Bluegreen was only 3 days old, she disappeared from the royal palace. She had been carried away by the fairy to the 7 cities which had been constructed to receive her. Years passed. Every day the king and queen received reports from the fairy. They heard that the little Princess Bluegreen was well, and that each hour she grew lovelier. Sometimes there was almost joy in the palace when King Greywhite chuckled over the quaint sayings of the little princess, which were repeated to him, and the queen heard with a tender smile of the tiny blue slippers and the green parasol which the fairy had given her. That day, Queen Rosewhite bought new slippers for many little maids in the city. As time went on, however, the royal palace of Atlantis grew almost as sad as it had been before the Princess Bluegreen had been born. Only to receive reports of their daughter was not enough to make the king and queen happy. They longed to see her with their own eyes and to clasp her in their arms. As the weeks and months and years rolled by without seeing the little princess, King Greywhite resumed his cruel treatment of his subjects. He was growing old, and his nature grew sour with the years. Queen Rosewhite tried to reason with him. "We must bear this thing with patience," she told him. "We brought it upon ourselves." The king kept raging against the fairy and did not notice Queen Rosewhite's politeness in saying "we" instead of "you." It was the king who was responsible for all the cruelty. Good Queen Rosewhite had never had a cruel thought in her whole blameless life. At last, The day of the 18th birthday of the Princess Bluegreen grew near. "Are you sure that it is not 18 years which the fairy said, instead of 20 years?" asked King Graywhite. Queen Rosewhite assured him that it was 20 years, as he well knew. The king's anger broke out fiercely. "I will no longer be kept from my daughter," he cried. "Would you break the vow which you solemnly made to the fairy in my presence?" asked Queen Rosewhite, trembling. She had never dreamed that he would dare to break it. Now, however, she was frightened at the thought which came to her. "I'll break that foolish vow," shouted the king savagely. Tears rolled down the cheeks of good Queen Rosewhite. "No good will come of this," she mourned. "Be prudent, dear king. It is only 2 years more which we have to wait." "The last 2 years will be the hardest ones of all," raged King Graywhite. "I cannot endure it." That very day, he started to prepare the army for the expedition to the 7 cities, amid the queen's lamentations and in spite of her fears and warnings. "Be wise and patient, dear king. Give up this wild expedition," were her last words to him, when, at length, all the preparations completed, he set out with his great army upon the dangerous quest of the 7 cities, surrounded by their strong walls in the loveliest part of the whole kingdom of Atlantis. King Graywhite marched on and on. It was a long and perilous journey, and the army suffered many hardships on the way. It seemed as if they would never arrive, but at last they drew near to what everybody knew to be the most beautiful part of the whole kingdom, where the fairy had taken the Princess Bluegreen to conceal her. Storms raged, lightning flashed, ominous roarings and rumblings sounded from the depths of the earth. "Let us hasten back to the royal palace before it is too late," besought the generals of King Graywhite's army. "On, on," cried the king. "Do you think I would abandon this expedition now?" The words were hardly out of his mouth when a huge rock fell from its place near where he stood and rushed away down the mountainside. The earth trembled violently beneath their feet. Fearful rumblings and roarings sounded all about them. "On, on," shouted the maddened king. Before them rose the great walls which the fairy had built around the 7 cities. Within these walls was the Princess Bluegreen, radiant with the beauty of her 18 winters and summers, passed in peace and happiness under the watchful care of the kind fairy. The thought of her thrilled the heart of King Graywhite. "On, on," he shouted to the generals about him. "On, on," they in turn passed the word along to the trembling soldiers which composed the royal army. With the fearful sounds and shakings about them, the poor men heartily wished they were safe at home. They rallied, however, for a final charge and swept up to the walls which surrounded the 7 cities. King Graywhite struck his royal sword against the great wall. At that moment, the walls fell. The earth beneath their feet rose. Great flames swept up towards the sky and rushed over the land, sweeping everything before them. Then the sea raged over the earth in violence until it had covered the whole kingdom of Atlantis. The fairy's curse had been fulfilled. The king was dead. His kingdom was consumed by fire. When at last the waters grew calm again, all that remained of the great rich kingdom of Atlantis was the group of 9 rocky islands which today is called the Azores. In the largest of these islands, St. Michael, there is still an enchanted spot called 7 Cities. Great wall-like mountains tower toward the sky. In the crater valley, amid the wall-like mountains, there is a lake of green and one blue. The blue lake is where the beautiful Princess Bluegreen left her little blue slippers, they say, and the green lake is where she left her lovely green parasol. There was once a princess who possessed 3 wonderful gifts. Whenever she wept, pearls rolled out from the corners of her eyes. When she smiled, roses dropped from her cheeks. And with every step she made barefooted, a gold piece was left in the dust under her heels. The king and the whole nation rejoiced over these wonders, for the treasury never became empty, and whenever there was any need of money, the girl was always ready to take a walk barefooted through the rooms of the royal palace. On such occasions, a number of courtiers always followed her with large crystal bowls, gathering up the gold pieces left by her footsteps. The fame of Princess Rosamund spread far and wide, and no sooner had it reached Prince Hermes, a son of the king of one of the adjoining countries, than he asked his father permission to go and win her hand. The king consented, but when everything was ready for his son's departure, a war broke out, and the young prince was called away by other duties. While he fought against the enemies, the Queen's First Lady of Honor proposed to the royal couple that the beautiful princess be invited to visit them so that the brave prince would, on his return from the battlefields, find her there already. The king and queen at once determined to carry out this plan, so the Lady of Honor was selected as a worthy messenger for the delicate errand of proposing a union between the youngest members of the 2 renowned and illustrious families, and set out accordingly on her journey. The Lady of Honor was, however, a witch who had planned to deceive the royal family. She had a daughter whom she wished the prince to marry, but who was neither good nor pretty. When she arrived at her destination, she told her errand and showed Princess Rosamund the picture of Prince Hermes. The girl declared herself ready to give him her hand in marriage if he proved as noble and as good as the picture seemed to indicate. Her parents readily gave their consent, whereupon everything was made ready for their daughter's departure. Before Rosamund took leave of her home, she walked 3 times around the large courtyard barefooted for the benefit of the poor, who were permitted to pick up the gold coin that she left behind her. Rosamund and the Lady of Honor drove in a carriage by themselves, followed by an escort of stately noblemen and guards. When they had traveled a long distance, the witch made a fearful storm gather around them. It became as dark as the darkest night around the place. The escort was scattered, and the daughter of the evil woman emerged from the depths of a black cloud. She and her mother seized Rosamund, who cried torrents of pearls, and robbed her of her beautiful eyes, which they threw into a ditch at one side of the road, while the princess was herself pushed into the mud at the other side. Now the daughter of the witch seated herself in the carriage with her mother, and away they drove to the home of Prince Hermes. The unfortunate princess was in the meantime lying in the ditch, bewailing her cruel fate. At length, 2 wagoners who passed along the road heard her voice and pulled her out of the ditch. Her shoes were lost, her stockings were torn, and when she walked, there was a sound like the ring of gold from under her feet. As one of the men bent down to find out the reason of this sound, he noticed the gold pieces. The 2 men at once became mad with joy. They forced the princess to walk about all day long, the one leading her by her hand, while his comrade busied himself with gathering up the money. Finally, she fainted from sheer exhaustion and pain. She was, in fact, more dead than alive, and her feet bled from the many sharp stones that had hurt them over and over again. The wagoners now were afraid that they had killed her, so they left her lying in the road and pursued their way as rapidly as their horses would run. A little while later, a gardener happened to pass the place where the princess had been left. Being a kind and charitable man, he lifted the poor girl into his carriage and took her to his home. She was sick a very long time, but finally she began to recover and regained her health and her strength. One day, she happened to hear the gardener tell his wife of Prince Hermes and Princess Rosamund's marriage, the wedding having just been celebrated with great pomp and splendor. People had assembled from all over the country, said the gardener, to catch a glimpse of the princess who left gold coin in her footprints and shed roses by her smiles. None of these wonders had occurred. However, the princess was not at all what had been expected, and no one had proved able to make her smile or weep. She was sullen and disagreeable to all, even to the prince, her husband, who did his best to make her happy, but without the slightest effect. She beat all her maids with a broomstick, so at length no one could be induced to serve her. The gardener's wife said, "It seems to me that the poor girl whom you found in the road looks so gentle and good that she might serve the princess and satisfy her. If we could only find a pair of eyes for her, it might be worth trying." "There is a woman in town," answered her husband, "who trades in eyes. I will go and see whether she has a pair which may serve this girl." The next morning, the good man went out with a large basket filled with fine apples, which he brought to the old woman, asking her for a pair of eyes. She sat reading in a large book with big red letters, and merely reaching into a tub near her, she produced a pair of eyes, handed them to the gardener, and pointed to the door. When the gardener reached home, the balls were at once placed in the girl's head, but the effect was remarkable. She remained sitting at the same place all day and fixed her glance upon a small hole in the wall. When this had been going on for 8 days, the gardener brought the eyes back to the woman, complaining that they did not at all seem to fit the person who desired to use them, and asking for another pair in exchange. "No wonder," said the woman. "These are cat eyes, and the girl has most likely looked at the hole in the wall because she expected a mouse to appear. Here is another pair, beautiful blue eyes, which I found in a ditch a few days ago. Try them." The girl tried them and found them to be her own. Now the gardener followed her to the palace, where the princess at once engaged her service. Although Rosamund tried her best to please her, it was very difficult, and the poor girl suffered much from her sullen and whimsical mistress. One day she was waiting on her when Prince Hermes came into the room. Rosamund was so moved by seeing him that she dropped a silver coffee pot which she was holding in her hands upon the white silk carpet. The princess arose furious, rushed at her, and began to box her ears. The tears started in Rosamund's eyes, and soon a stream of pearls rolled across the floor towards the place where Prince Hermes was standing. "Pearls!" cried he. "Are your tears pearls?" Rosamund wiped her eyes and smiled, but at the same moment 2 beautiful roses fell from her cheeks. The prince called his parents, and when they had heard of her sufferings, he imprisoned both the witch and her daughter down in the castle dungeon. Afterwards, he married the right Rosamund, who smiled often by the way, bringing joy to everyone in the land, and they lived happily together for many, many years. There was once a princess who possessed 3 wonderful gifts. Whenever she wept, pearls rolled out from the corners of her eyes. When she smiled, roses dropped from her cheeks. And with every step she made barefooted, a gold piece was left in the dust under her heels. The king and the whole nation rejoiced over these wonders, for the treasury never became empty, and whenever there was any need of money, the girl was always ready to take a walk barefooted through the rooms of the royal palace. On such occasions, a number of courtiers always followed her with large crystal bowls, gathering up the gold pieces left by her footsteps. The fame of Princess Rosamund spread far and wide, and no sooner had it reached Prince Hermes, a son of the king of one of the adjoining countries, than he asked his father permission to go and win her hand. The king consented, but when everything was ready for his son's departure, a war broke out, and the young prince was called away by other duties. While he fought against the enemies, the Queen's First Lady of Honor proposed to the royal couple that the beautiful princess be invited to visit them so that the brave prince would, on his return from the battlefields, find her there already. The king and queen at once determined to carry out this plan, so the Lady of Honor was selected as a worthy messenger for the delicate errand of proposing a union between the youngest members of the 2 renowned and illustrious families, and set out accordingly on her journey. The Lady of Honor was, however, a witch who had planned to deceive the royal family. She had a daughter whom she wished the prince to marry, but who was neither good nor pretty. When she arrived at her destination, she told her errand and showed Princess Rosamund the picture of Prince Hermes. The girl declared herself ready to give him her hand in marriage if he proved as noble and as good as the picture seemed to indicate. Her parents readily gave their consent, whereupon everything was made ready for their daughter's departure. Before Rosamund took leave of her home, she walked 3 times around the large courtyard barefooted for the benefit of the poor, who were permitted to pick up the gold coin that she left behind her. Rosamund and the Lady of Honor drove in a carriage by themselves, followed by an escort of stately noblemen and guards. When they had traveled a long distance, the witch made a fearful storm gather around them. It became as dark as the darkest night around the place. The escort was scattered, and the daughter of the evil woman emerged from the depths of a black cloud. She and her mother seized Rosamund, who cried torrents of pearls, and robbed her of her beautiful eyes, which they threw into a ditch at one side of the road, while the princess was herself pushed into the mud at the other side. Now the daughter of the witch seated herself in the carriage with her mother, and away they drove to the home of Prince Hermes. The unfortunate princess was in the meantime lying in the ditch, bewailing her cruel fate. At length, 2 wagoners who passed along the road heard her voice and pulled her out of the ditch. Her shoes were lost, her stockings were torn, and when she walked, there was a sound like the ring of gold from under her feet. As one of the men bent down to find out the reason of this sound, he noticed the gold pieces. The 2 men at once became mad with joy. They forced the princess to walk about all day long, the one leading her by her hand, while his comrade busied himself with gathering up the money. Finally, she fainted from sheer exhaustion and pain. She was, in fact, more dead than alive, and her feet bled from the many sharp stones that had hurt them over and over again. The wagoners now were afraid that they had killed her, so they left her lying in the road and pursued their way as rapidly as their horses would run. A little while later, a gardener happened to pass the place where the princess had been left. Being a kind and charitable man, he lifted the poor girl into his carriage and took her to his home. She was sick a very long time, but finally she began to recover and regained her health and her strength. One day, she happened to hear the gardener tell his wife of Prince Hermes and Princess Rosamund's marriage, the wedding having just been celebrated with great pomp and splendor. People had assembled from all over the country, said the gardener, to catch a glimpse of the princess who left gold coin in her footprints and shed roses by her smiles. None of these wonders had occurred. However, the princess was not at all what had been expected, and no one had proved able to make her smile or weep. She was sullen and disagreeable to all, even to the prince, her husband, who did his best to make her happy, but without the slightest effect. She beat all her maids with a broomstick, so at length no one could be induced to serve her. The gardener's wife said, "It seems to me that the poor girl whom you found in the road looks so gentle and good that she might serve the princess and satisfy her. If we could only find a pair of eyes for her, it might be worth trying." "There is a woman in town," answered her husband, "who trades in eyes. I will go and see whether she has a pair which may serve this girl." The next morning, the good man went out with a large basket filled with fine apples, which he brought to the old woman, asking her for a pair of eyes. She sat reading in a large book with big red letters, and merely reaching into a tub near her, she produced a pair of eyes, handed them to the gardener, and pointed to the door. When the gardener reached home, the balls were at once placed in the girl's head, but the effect was remarkable. She remained sitting at the same place all day and fixed her glance upon a small hole in the wall. When this had been going on for 8 days, the gardener brought the eyes back to the woman, complaining that they did not at all seem to fit the person who desired to use them, and asking for another pair in exchange. "No wonder," said the woman. "These are cat eyes, and the girl has most likely looked at the hole in the wall because she expected a mouse to appear. Here is another pair, beautiful blue eyes, which I found in a ditch a few days ago. Try them." The girl tried them and found them to be her own. Now the gardener followed her to the palace, where the princess at once engaged her service. Although Rosamund tried her best to please her, it was very difficult, and the poor girl suffered much from her sullen and whimsical mistress. One day she was waiting on her when Prince Hermes came into the room. Rosamund was so moved by seeing him that she dropped a silver coffee pot which she was holding in her hands upon the white silk carpet. The princess arose furious, rushed at her, and began to box her ears. The tears started in Rosamund's eyes, and soon a stream of pearls rolled across the floor towards the place where Prince Hermes was standing. "Pearls!" cried he. "Are your tears pearls?" Rosamund wiped her eyes and smiled, but at the same moment 2 beautiful roses fell from her cheeks. The prince called his parents, and when they had heard of her sufferings, he imprisoned both the witch and her daughter down in the castle dungeon. Afterwards, he married the right Rosamund, who smiled often by the way, bringing joy to everyone in the land, and they lived happily together for many, many years. Once upon a time, there lived a man and his wife who loved each other very much. Even though they were content with what they had in their life, they felt disheartened because they had no children. They lived in a cozy house in a small little village in Germany. Their lovely home had a sitting room with a little window at the back of the house, which looked into the most lovely garden, full of beautiful flowers and vegetables. The garden was surrounded by a high stone wall, and no one dared to enter it, for it belonged to an old woman with great power, and who was feared by the entire village. One day, the man's wife stood at the window overlooking the garden and saw there a bed full of the finest rampion. The leaves looked so fresh and green that she longed to eat them. Her craving grew day by day, and because she knew she couldn't possibly get any, she pined away and became very unhappy. Her husband began to worry and said, "What is causing you to feel so sad, dear wife?" "Oh," she answered, "this may seem frivolous, but the rampion in that old woman's garden looks so fresh and enticing that if I don't get some to eat, I will become even more sorrowful, and I feel as though I shall die." The man, who loved her dearly, thought to himself, "My heart breaks to see my lovely bride so sad and disheartened, and so even though it is forbidden to enter the old woman's garden, I will take a chance and fetch her some rampion, no matter the cost. So at dusk, he climbed over the wall, down, down, all the way down, into the old woman's garden, and quickly gathered a handful of rampion leaves, and then swiftly returned home and eagerly gave them to his wife. Her heart leaped for joy at the sight of her handsome husband holding the handful of rampion leaves, and then she delightedly made them into a salad. The salad tasted so good that her longing for the forbidden food became greater than ever. Nothing else other than her husband climbing over the garden wall one more time to fetch some more rampion could bring her peace of mind. So at dusk, over the wall, and down, down, down he went. But when he reached the other side, he drew back in terror, for there, standing before him, was the old woman with an angry scowl on her face. "How dare you," she said, "climb into my garden and steal my rampion like a common thief? Mark my words, you will pay for your foolishness." "Oh," he implored, "pardon my presumption. I was left with no choice but to climb over into your garden, and necessity alone drove me to the deed. You see, my wife saw your rampion from her window and became utterly consumed by her desire for it, that she would certainly have died if her wish had not been gratified." After hearing what the man had said, the old woman's anger softened, and she said, "If it's as you say, you may take as much rampion away with you as you like, but on one condition only, that you give me the child your wife will shortly bring into the world. All shall go well with it, and I will look after it like a mother." The man, of course, in his terror, agreed to everything she asked, and as soon as the child was born, the old woman appeared at their door and took the child away. She gave the little girl the name Rapunzel, which is another word for rampion, and she felt satisfied that the name was perfect for the child. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. The old woman considered her as her own little treasured possession and did not want to share her with anyone else. So when she was 12 years old, the old woman locked her up in a tower in the middle of a great wood. The tower had neither stairs nor doors, only a small window high up at the very top. Rapunzel had beautiful long hair, and it was as fine as spun gold. When the old woman would visit Rapunzel, she stood underneath the tower and called out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Whenever she heard the old woman's voice, she would loosen her plaits and would let her hair flow out of the window, and it would fall down, down, all the way down, about 20 yards below, and the old woman would climb up and get in through the window. After they had lived like this for a few years, it happened one day that a prince was riding through the wood and passed by the tower. As he drew near it, he heard someone singing so sweetly that he stood still and listened. It was Rapunzel, of course, in her loneliness, trying to pass the time by letting her sweet voice ring out into the wood. The prince longed to see the owner of the voice, but his search for a door was in vain, and so he rode home. But he was so haunted by the song he had heard that he returned every day to the wood and listened. One day, when he was standing hiding behind a tree, he saw the old woman approach and heard her call out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Then Rapunzel let down her plaits, and then he saw how the woman climbed up by them. "So that's the staircase, is it?" said the prince. "Then I too will climb it and try my luck." So on the following day, at dusk, he went to the foot of the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." And as soon as she had let it down, down, all the way down, the prince climbed up. At first, Rapunzel was terribly frightened when the prince came in, for she had never seen a man before. The prince was so kind-hearted and told her his heart had been so touched by her angelic singing that he would have no peace of mind until he had seen her in person. Rapunzel soon forgot her fear, and when he asked her to marry him, she consented at once, for she thought to herself, "He is kind and handsome, and I will be much happier with him than sitting here all alone in this gloomy tower." So she put her hand in his and said, "Yes, I will gladly go with you. Only, how am I to get down out of the tower?" Then after giving it some thought, she said, "Every time you come to see me, you must bring a skein of silk with you, and I will make a ladder. And when it is finished, I will use it to climb down, down, all the way down, and you will take me away on your horse." They arranged that until the ladder was ready, he was to visit her in the evenings, because the old woman would visit her during the day. The woman, of course, knew nothing of what was going on, until one day Rapunzel turned to her and carelessly said, "How is it, good mother, that you are so much harder to pull up than the young prince? He is always with me in a moment." "Oh, you wicked child," cried the old woman. "What is this I hear? I thought I had hidden you safely from the whole world, and in spite of it, you have managed to deceive me." In her anger, she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, wound it round and round her left hand, and then grasping a pair of scissors in her right, snip, snap, off it came, and the beautiful plaits lay on the ground. And, worse than this, she was so mean-hearted that she took Rapunzel far, far away, deeper and deeper into the dark, lonely forest, and left her there to live in loneliness and misery. But on the evening of the day in which she had driven poor Rapunzel away, the cunning old woman fastened the plaits onto a hook in the window, and when the prince came and called out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she let them down all the way down, and the prince climbed up as usual. But instead of his beloved Rapunzel, he found the mean old woman, who fixed her evil, glittering eyes on him and cried mockingly, "Aha! You thought you would find your lady-love, didn't you? But the pretty bird has flown, and its song is dumb, The cat caught it and will scratch out your eyes too. Rapunzel is lost to you forever. You will never see her again." The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair, he jumped right down from the tower, and, although he escaped with his life, the thorns among which he fell pierced his eyes. Then he wandered, blind and heartbroken, through the wood, eating nothing but roots and berries, and weeping and lamenting the loss of his lovely bride. The blind, unhappy prince wandered lost and aimlessly for years, and vowed that he would never stop looking for his Rapunzel. One day he unknowingly came to the place in the woods where Rapunzel was living, and as he wandered about, he suddenly heard a voice which sounded so beautiful and so familiar to him. He eagerly followed in the direction of the sound, and when he was quite close, Rapunzel recognized him. She immediately ran to him and fell into his arms and wept for joy. Her tears flowed freely, tears of happiness, for she was once again united with the love of her life. Suddenly, 2 of her tears touched his eyes, and they instantly became clear, and he was able to see once again. "Rapunzel, my sweet angel of love, for years I've been searching for you. I promised myself that I would never give up until I found you again. Come with me now, my sweet flower, and I will take you to my kingdom, and there we will live in love and peace for the rest of our lives." Down in the deep blue sea lived Ripple, a happy little water spirit. All day long she danced beneath the coral arches, made garlands of bright ocean flowers, or floated on the great waves that sparkled in the sunlight. But the pastime that she loved best was lying in the many-colored shells upon the shore, listening to the low, murmuring music the waves had taught them long ago. And here for hours the little spirit lay watching the sea and sky while singing happily to herself. But when tempests rose, she hastened down below the stormy billows to where all was calm and still, and with her sister spirits waited till it should be fair again, listening sadly, meanwhile, to the cries of those whom the wild waves wrecked and cast into the angry sea, and who soon came floating down, pale and cold, to the spirit's pleasant home. Then they wept pitying tears above the lifeless forms, and laid them in quiet graves where flowers bloomed and jewels sparkled in the sand. This was Ripple's only grief, and she often thought of those who sorrowed for the friends they loved, who now slept far down in the dim and silent coral caves, and gladly would she have saved the lives of those who lay around her. But the great ocean was far mightier than all the tender-hearted spirits dwelling in its bosom. Thus she could only weep for them, and lay them down to sleep where no cruel waves could harm them more. One day, when a fearful storm raged far and wide, and the spirits saw great billows rolling like heavy clouds above their heads, and heard the wild winds sounding far away, down through the foaming waves a little child came floating to their home. Its eyes were closed as if in sleep. The long hair fell like seaweed round its pale cold face, and the little hands still clasped the shells they had been gathering on the beach when the great waves swept it into the troubled sea. With tender tears, the spirits laid the little form to rest upon its bed of flowers, and singing mournful songs, as if to make it sleep more calm and deep, watched long and lovingly above it till the storm had died away and all was still again. While Ripple sang above the little child, through the distant roar of winds and waves she heard a wild, sorrowing voice that seemed to call for help. Long she listened, thinking it was but the echo of their own plaintive song, but high above the music still sounded the sad, wailing cry. Then, stealing silently away, she glided up through the foam and spray, till through the parting clouds the sunlight shone upon her from the tranquil sky, and guided by the mournful sound, she floated on, till, close before her on the beach, she saw a woman stretching forth her arms, and with a sad, imploring voice, praying the restless sea to give her back the little child it had so cruelly borne away. But the waves dashed foaming among the bare rocks at her feet, mingling their cold spray with her tears, and gave no answer to her prayer. When Ripple saw the mother's grief, she longed to comfort her, so, bending tenderly beside her where she knelt upon the shore, the little spirit told her how her child lay softly sleeping, far down in a lovely place where sorrowing tears were shed and gentle hands laid garlands over him. But all in vain she whispered kindly words. The weeping mother only cried, "Dear spirit, can you use no charm or spell to make the waves bring back my child, as full of life and strength as when they swept him from my side? Oh, give me back my little child, or let me lie beside him in the bosom of the cruel sea. Most gladly will I help you if I can, though I have little power to use. Then grieve no more, for I will search both earth and sea to find some friend who can bring back all you have lost. Watch daily on the shore, and if I do not come again, then you will know my search has been in vain. Farewell, poor mother. You shall see your little child again, if fairy power can win him back." And with these cheering words, Ripple sprang into the sea, while, smiling through her tears, the woman watched the gentle spirit till her bright crown vanished in the waves. When Ripple reached her home, she hastened to the palace of the queen and told her of the little child, the sorrowing mother, and the promise she had made. "Good little Ripple," said the queen when she had told her all, "your promise can never be kept. There is no power below the sea to work this charm, and you can never reach the fire spirits' home to win from them a flame to warm the little body into life. I pity the poor mother and would most gladly help her, but alas, I am a spirit like yourself and cannot serve you as I long to do." Ah, dear queen, if you had seen her sorrow, you too would seek to help keep the promise I have made. I cannot let her watch for me in vain till I have done my best. Then tell me where the fire spirits live, and I will ask them of the flame that shall give life to the little child and such great happiness to the sad, lonely mother. Tell me the path and let me go." "It is far, far away, high up above the sun, where no spirit ever dared to venture yet," replied the queen. "I cannot show the path, for it is through the air. Dear Ripple, do not go, for you can never reach that distant place. Some harm most surely will befall, And then how shall we live without our dearest, gentlest spirit? Stay here with us in your own pleasant home, and think no more of this, for I can never let you go." But Ripple would not break the promise she had made, and besought so earnestly and with such pleading words that the Queen at last with sorrow gave consent, and Ripple joyfully prepared to go. She, with her sister spirits, built up a tomb of delicate, bright-colored shells, wherein the child might lie till she should come to wake him into life. Then, praying them to watch most faithfully above it, she said farewell and floated bravely forth on her long, unknown journey far away. "I will search the broad earth till I find a path up to the sun, or some kind friend who will carry me, for alas, I have no wings and cannot glide through the blue air as through the sea," said Ripple to herself, as she went dancing over the waves which bore her swiftly onwards toward a distant shore. Long she journeyed through the pathless ocean, with no friends to cheer her, save the white sea-birds who went sweeping by, and only stayed to dip their wide wings at her side, and then flew silently away. Sometimes great ships sailed by, and then with longing eyes did the little spirit gaze up at the faces that looked down upon the sea, for often they were kind and pleasant ones, and she gladly would have called to them and asked them to be friends. But they would never understand the strange, sweet language that she spoke, or even see the lovely face that smiled at them above the waves. Her blue, transparent garments were but water to their eyes, and the pearl chains in her hair but foam and sparkling spray. So hoping that the sea would be most gentle with them, silently she floated on her way and left them far behind. At length green hills were seen, and the waves gladly bore the little spirit on, till rippling gently over soft white sand, they left her on the pleasant shore. "Ah, what a lovely place it is," said Ripple, as she passed through sunny valleys where flowers began to bloom and young leaves rustled on the trees. "Why are you all so happy, dear birds?" she asked, as their cheerful voices sounded far and near. "Is there a festival over the earth that all is so beautiful and bright? Do you not know that spring is coming? The warm winds whispered it days ago, and we are learning the sweetest songs to welcome her when she shall come," sang the lark, soaring away as the music gushed from his little throat. "And shall I see her as she journeys over the earth?" asked Ripple again. "Yes, you will meet her soon, for the sunlight told me she was near. Tell her we long to see her again and are waiting to welcome her back," said the blue flower, dancing for joy on her stem as she nodded and smiled on the spirit. "I will ask Spring where the fire spirits dwell. She travels over the earth each year and surely can show me the way," thought Ripple as she went journeying on. Soon she saw Spring coming and smiling over the earth. Sunbeams and breezes floated before, and then, with her white garments covered with flowers, with wreaths in her hair, and dewdrops and seeds falling fast from her hands, the beautiful season came singing by. "Dear Spring, will you listen and help a poor little spirit who seeks far and wide for the fire spirit's home?" cried Ripple, and then told her why she was there and begged her to tell her what she sought. "The fire spirit's home is far, far away, and I cannot guide you there. But summer is coming behind me," said Spring, "and she may know better than I, but I will give you a breeze to help you on your way. It will never tire nor fail, but bear you easily over land and sea. Farewell, little spirit. I would gladly do more, but voices are calling me far and wide, and I cannot stay." "Many thanks, kind spirit," cried Ripple, as she floated away on the breeze. "Give a kindly word to the mother who waits on the shore, and tell her I have not forgotten my vow, but hope soon to see her again." Then spring flew on with her sunshine and flowers, and Ripple went swiftly over hill and vale, till she came to the land where summer was living. Here the sun shone warmly down on the early fruit. The winds blew freshly over fields of fragrant hay, and rustled with a pleasant sound among the green leaves in the forests. Heavy dews fell softly down at night, and long, bright days brought strength and beauty to the blossoming earth. "Now I must seek for summer," said Ripple, as she sailed slowly through the sunny sky. "I am here. What would you with me, little spirit?" said a musical voice in her ear, and floating by her side, she saw a graceful form with green robes fluttering in the air, whose pleasant face looked kindly on her from beneath a crown of golden sunbeams that cast a warm, bright glow on all beneath. Then Ripple told her tale and asked where she should go, but Summer answered, "I can tell no more than my young sister Spring where you may find the spirits that you seek, but I too, like her, will give you a gift to aid you. Take this sunbeam from my crown. It will cheer and brighten the most gloomy path through which you pass. Farewell. I shall carry tidings of you to the watcher by the sea, if in my journey round the world I find her there." And Summer, giving her the sunbeam, passed away over the distant hills, leaving all green and bright behind her. So Ripple journeyed on again, till the earth below her shone with yellow harvests waving in the sun, and the air was filled with cheerful voices, as the reapers sang among the fields or in the pleasant vineyards, where purple fruit hung gleaming through the leaves, while the sky above was cloudless, and the changing forest trees shone like a many-colored garland over hill and plain, and here, along the ripening cornfields, with bright wreaths of crimson leaves and golden wheat ears in her hair, Autumn passed, with a happy smile on her calm face, as she went scattering generous gifts from her full arms. But when the wandering spirit came to her and asked for what she sought, this season, like the others, could not tell her where to go. So, giving her a yellow leaf, Autumn said as she passed on, "Ask Winter, little Ripple, when you come to his cold home. He knows the fire spirits well, for when he comes, they fly to the earth to warm and comfort those living there, and perhaps he can tell you where they are. So take this gift of mine, and when you meet his chilly winds, fold it about you and sit warm beneath its shelter till you come to sunlight again. I will carry comfort to the patient woman, as my sisters have already done, and tell her you are faithful still." Then on went the never-tiring breeze over forest, hill, and field, till the sky grew dark and bleak winds whistled by. Then Ripple, folded in the soft, warm leaf, looked sadly down on the earth that seemed to lie so desolate and still beneath its shroud of snow, and thought how bitter cold the leaves and flowers must be, for the little water spirit did not know that winter spread a soft white covering above their beds, that they might safely sleep below till spring should waken them again. So she went sorrowfully on, till winter, riding on the strong north wind, came rushing by, with a sparkling ice crown in his streaming hair, while from beneath his crimson cloak, where glittering frostwork shone like silver threads, he scattered snowflakes far and wide. "What do you seek with me, fair little spirit, that you come so bravely here amid my ice and snow? Do not fear me, I am warm at heart, though rude and cold without, said Winter, looking kindly on her, while a bright smile shone like sunlight on his pleasant face, as it glowed and glistened in the frosty air. When Ripple told him why she had come, he pointed upward where the sunlight dimly shone through the heavy clouds, saying, "Far off there, beside the sun, is the fairy spirit's home, and the only path is up through cloud and mist. It is a long, strange path for a lonely little spirit to be going. The fairies are wild, willful things, and in their play may harm and trouble you. Come back with me, and do not go on this dangerous journey to the sky. I'll gladly bear you home again if you will come." But Ripple said, "I cannot turn back now when I am nearly there. The spirits surely will not harm me when I tell them why I am come, and if I win the flame, I shall be the happiest spirit in the sea, for my promise will be kept, and the poor mother happy once again. So farewell, Winter. Speak to her gently, and tell her to hope still, for I shall surely come." "Farewell, little Ripple. May good angels watch above you. Journey bravely on, and take this snowflake that will never melt as my gift," as the north wind bore him on, leaving a cloud of falling snow behind. "Now, dear breeze," said Ripple, "fly straight upward through the air until we reach the place we have so long been seeking. Sunbeam shall go before to light the way. Yellow leaf shall shelter me from heat and rain, while Snowflake shall lie here beside me till it comes of use. So farewell to the pleasant earth until we come again." When Ripple first began her airy journey, all was dark and dreary. Heavy clouds lay piled like hills around her, and a cold mist filled the air, but the sunbeam, like a star, lit up the way. The leaf lay warmly round her, and the tireless wind went swiftly on. Higher and higher they floated up. Still darker and darker grew the air. Closer the damp mist gathered, while the black clouds rolled and tossed like great waves to and fro. "Ah," sighed the weary little spirit, "shall I never see the light again, or feel the warm winds on my cheek? It is a dreary way indeed, and but for the season's gifts I should have perished long ago. But the heavy clouds must pass away at last, and all be fair again. So hasten on, good breeze, and bring me quickly to my journey's end." Soon the cold vapors vanished from her path, and sunshine shone upon her pleasantly, so she went happily on till she came up among the stars, where many new strange sights were to be seen. With wondering eyes she looked upon the bright worlds that once seemed dim and distant when she gazed upon them from the sea, but now they moved around her, some shining with a softly radiant light, some circled with bright many-colored rings, while others burned with a red, angry glare. Ripple would have gladly stayed to watch them longer, for she fancied low, sweet voices called her, and lovely faces seemed to look upon her as she passed. But higher up still, nearer to the sun, she saw a far-off light that glittered like a brilliant crimson star and seemed to cast a rosy glow along the sky. "The fire spirits surely must be there, and I must stay no longer here," said Ripple. So steadily she floated on, till straight before her lay a broad, bright path that led up to a golden arch beyond which she could see shapes flitting to and fro. As she drew near, brighter glowed the sky, hotter and hotter grew the air, till Ripple's leaf cloak shriveled up and could no longer shield her from the heat. Then she unfolded the white snowflake, and, gladly wrapping the soft, cool mantle round her, entered through the shining arch. Through the red mist that floated all around her, she could see high walls of changing light where orange, blue, and violet flames went flickering to and fro, making graceful figures as they danced and glowed. And underneath these rainbow arches, little spirits glided, far and near, wearing crowns of fire beneath which flashed their wild bright eyes. And as they spoke, sparks dropped quickly from their lips, and Ripple saw with wonder through their garments of transparent light that in each fairy's breast there burned a steady flame that never wavered or went out. As thus she stood, the spirits gathered round her, and their hot breath would have scorched her, but she drew the snow cloak closer round her, saying, "Take me to your queen, that I may tell her why I am here and ask for what I seek." So, through long halls of many-colored fire, they led her to a spirit fairer than the rest, whose crown of flames waved to and fro like golden plumes, while underneath her violet robe the light within her breast glowed bright and strong. "This is our queen," the spirit said, bending low before her as she turned her gleaming eyes upon the stranger they had brought. Then Ripple told how she had wandered round the world in search of them, how the seasons had most kindly helped her on by giving sunbeam, breeze, leaf, and flake, and how through many dangers she had come at last to ask them the magic flame that could give life to the little child again. When she had told her tale, the spirits whispered earnestly among themselves, while sparks fell thick and fast with every word. At length the Fire Queen said aloud, "We cannot give the flame you ask, for each of us must take a part of it from our own breast, and this we will not do, for the brighter our bosom fire burns, the lovelier we are. So do not ask us for this thing, but any other gift we will most gladly give, for we feel kindly towards you and will serve you if we may." But Ripple asked no other boon, and, weeping sadly, begged them not to send her back without the gift she had come so far to gain. "Oh dear, warm-hearted spirits, give me each a little light from your own breasts, and surely they will glow the brighter for this kindly deed, and I will thankfully repay it if I can." As thus she spoke, the queen, who had spied out a chain of jewels Ripple wore upon her neck, replied, "If you will give me those bright, sparkling stones, I will bestow on you a part of my own flame, for we have no such lovely things to wear about our necks, and I desire much to have them. Will you give it to me for what I offer, little spirit?" Joyfully Ripple gave her the chain, but as soon as it touched her hand, the jewels melted like snow and fell in bright drops to the ground. At this, the queen's eyes flashed, and the spirits gathered angrily about poor Ripple, who looked sadly at the broken chain and thought in vain what she could give to win the thing she longed so earnestly for. "I have many fairer gems than these in my home below the sea, and I will bring all I can gather far and wide, if you will grant my prayer and give me what I seek," she said, turning gently to the fiery spirits who were hovering fiercely round her. "You must bring us each a jewel that will never vanish from our hands as these have done," they said, "and we will each give of our fire, and when the child is brought to life, you must bring hither all the jewels you can gather from the depths of the sea, that we may try them here among the flames. But if they melt away like these, then we shall keep you prisoner till you give us back the light we lend. If you consent to this, then take our gift and journey home again, but fail not to return, or we shall seek you out." and Ripple said she would consent, though she knew not if the jewels could be found. Still, thinking of the promise she had made, she forgot all else, and told the spirits what they asked most surely should be done. So each one gave a little of the fire from their breasts, and placed the flame in a crystal vase through which it shone and glittered like a star. Then, bidding her remember all she had promised them, they led her to the golden arch and said farewell. So down along the shining path, through mist and cloud she traveled back, till far below she saw the broad blue sea she left so long ago. Gladly she plunged into the clear, cool waves and floated back to her pleasant home, where the spirits gathered joyfully about her, listening with tears and smiles as she told all her many wanderings and showed the crystal vase that she had brought. "Now come," said they, "and finish the good work you have so bravely carried on." So to the quiet tomb they went, where like a marble image, cold and still, the little child was lying. Then Ripple placed the flame upon his breast and watched it gleam and sparkle there, where light came slowly back into the once dim eyes. A rosy glow shone over the pale face, and breath stole through the parted lips. Still brighter and warmer burned the magic fire, until the child awoke from his long sleep and looked in smiling wonder at the faces bending over him. Then Ripple sang for joy, and with her sister spirits robed the child in graceful garments woven of bright seaweed, while in his shining hair they wreathed long garlands of the fairest flowers, and on his little arms hung chains of brilliant shells. "Now come with us, dear child," said Ripple. "We will bear you safely up into the sunlight and the pleasant air, for this is not your home, and yonder on the shore there waits a loving friend for you." So up they went, through foam and spray, till on the beach, where the fresh winds played among her falling hair, and the waves broke sparkling at her feet, the lonely mother still stood, gazing wistfully across the sea. Suddenly, upon a great blue billow that came rolling in, she saw the water spirits smiling on her, and high aloft in their white gleaming arms, her child stretched forth his hands to welcome her, while the little voice she so longed to hear again cried happily, "See, dear mother, I am come, and look what lovely things the gentle spirits gave, that I might seem more beautiful to you." Then gently the great wave broke and rolled back to the sea, leaving Ripple on the shore and the child clasped in his mother's arms. "Oh, faithful little spirit, I would gladly give you some precious gift to show my gratitude for this kind deed, but I have nothing save this chain of little pearls. They are tears I shed, and the sea has changed them thus, that I might offer them to you," the happy mother said, when her first joy was past and Ripple turned to go. "Yes, I will gladly wear your gift and look upon it as my fairest ornament," the water spirit said. And with the pearls upon her breast, she left the shore, where the child was playing happily to and fro, and the mother's glad smile shone upon her till she sank beneath the waves. And now another task was to be done. Her promise to the fire spirits must be kept. So far and wide she searched among the caverns of the sea and gathered all the brightest jewels shining there. And then upon her faithful breeze once more went journeying through the sky. The spirits gladly welcomed her and led her to the queen, before whom she poured out the sparkling gems she had gathered with such toil and care. But when the spirits tried to form them into crowns, they trickled from their hands like colored drops of dew, and Ripple saw with fear and sorrow how they melted one by one away, till none of all the many she had brought remained. Then the fire spirits looked upon her angrily, and when she begged them to be merciful and let her try once more, saying, "Do not keep me prisoner here. I cannot breathe the flames that give you life, and but for this snow mantle I too should melt away and vanish like the jewels in your hands. Oh, dear spirits, give me some other task, but let me go from this warm place where all is strange and fearful to a spirit of the sea." They would not listen and drew nearer, saying, while bright sparks showered from their lips, "We will not let you go, for you have promised to be ours if the gems you brought proved worthless. So fling away this cold white cloak and bathe with us in the fire fountains, and help us bring back to our bosom flames the light we gave you for the child." Then Ripple sank down on the burning floor and felt that her life was nearly done, for she well knew the hot air of the fire palace would be death to her. The spirits gathered round and began to lift her mantle off, but underneath they saw the pearl chain shining with a clear soft light that only glowed more brightly when they laid their hands upon it. "Oh, give us this," cried they. "It is far lovelier than all the rest, and does not melt away like them. And see how brightly it glitters in our hands. If we may have but this, all will be well, and you are once more free." And Ripple, safe again beneath her snowflake, gladly gave the chain to them, and told them how the pearls they now placed proudly on their breasts were formed of tears, which but for them might still be flowing. Then the spirits smiled most kindly on her, and would have put their arms about her and have kissed her cheek, but she drew back, telling them that every touch of theirs was like a wound to her. "Then, if we may not tell our pleasure so, we will show it in a different way and give you a pleasant journey home. Come out with us," the spirit said, "and see the bright path we have made for you." So they led her to the lofty gate, and here, from sky to earth, a lovely rainbow arched its radiant colors in the sun. "This is indeed a pleasant road," said Ripple. "Thank you, friendly spirits, for your care. And now, farewell. I would gladly stay yet longer, but we cannot dwell together, and I am longing sadly for my own cool home. Now sunbeam, breeze, leaf, and flake, fly back to the seasons whence you came, and tell them that, thanks to their kind gifts, Ripple's work at last is done." Then down along the shining pathway spread before her, the happy little spirit glided to the sea.